Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Haribo, everybody. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Hari Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari Hari. So anyway, we got this stream. Was it stream? It's called StreamYard. So if anybody wants to come on, I'll put the link on my timeline here. Krishna Krishna Hari Hari. So I think it's the one that looks like a duck. Yeah, there's a little duck face there. So if you want to come on as a guest, I'll post it. And I'll post it on the group thing if I can find it here. Nope. Okay, here we go. So, done. So it's on my timeline if you want to come on here as a guest. And again, I can't see the chat on this one either. I don't know what happened. Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. Let's see the chat here probably. Let's see, comment. Can't see the chat here either. Oh. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. All right, so I just have to look at the chat from over here, I guess. To look on the cell phone here. Okay. Just thinking about you. Okay, thanks, Lance. Lance. Why? Let's call Krishna. That's who we need. Group effort here. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama 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 Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna 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 Hari 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 Rama Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari 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 Krishna Krishna Hari 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 Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari Hari Rama Hari 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 Krishna Hari Hari Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Hare Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna Krishna Hari Hari Hare Rama Hari Hari. Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shivasari, Gora, Bhaktavinda, Shri Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shivasari, Gora, Bhaktavinda, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita, Shri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shivasari, Gora, Bhaktavinda. Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shivasari, Gora, Bhaktavinda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shivasari, Gora, Bhaktavinda. Nityananda, Gauranga, Nityananda, Gauranga, Nityananda, Gauranga, Nityananda, Gauranga, Nityananda, Gauranga, Hey, Gauranga, Nityananda, Gauranga, Nityananda, Gauranga, Nityananda, Gauranga, Nityananda, Gauranga, Nityananda. Nityananda, Nityananda, Gauranga, Gauranga, Nityananda, Nityananda, Gauranga, Gauranga, Nityananda, Nityananda, Gauranga, Gauranga, Jesus, Jesus. Jesus, 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 Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jesus, Jesus, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Nityananda, Nityananda, Gauranga, Gauranga, Nityananda, Nityananda, Gauranga, Gauranga, Nityananda, Nityananda, Gauranga, Gauranga, Nityananda, Nityananda, Gauranga, 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 Nityananda, Nityananda, Gauranga, Gauranga. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hey Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Ah, Krishna, Lord of bliss. Ah, yes. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Thank you, Prabhupada, for the introducing me to this name. Thank you, Krishna, Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, my Lord Krishna, Krishna. Krishna, 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 oh my Lord Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hare Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hare Rama 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 Hari Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hare Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Hare Rama Rama Hari Hari Hare Krishna 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 Hari Hari Shri Krishna Chaitanya 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 Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya 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 Murari Gupta's Chaitanya Charita. The character of Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Somebody came in. All right. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gora Bhaktavinda
Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Sri Advaita Chandra Jaya Gora Bhaktavinda.
Oops. The character of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu by Murari Gupta. I have to mute you. It's kind of scratchy there. Sorry about that. Okay, there you go. Actually, I'll let you mute yourself there. Let's see. You know how to do it? There you go. Okay. Oops, what happened to this? Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Okay, let's try this again. All right. Applauded by the best of the Brahmin community. Let's start from the beginning here. May my Lord be ever victorious. May my Lord be ever victorious, whose potencies are immense and immaculate, whose luster is glittering golden, whose eyes are as widespread as petals of a lotus, whose beautiful arms extend down to his excellent knees, and who munificently distributes the myriad mellows of devotion, while delightfully dancing. It is that son of Jagannath who is the creator and protector of the universes, and the destroyer of the destroyer of the universal miseries. It is that son of Jagannath who is the creator and protector of the universes, and the destroyer of the universal miseries. Being fully sense-controlled and all-pervading, he is able to give mankind protection in this age of Kali, taking birth in the womb of Srimati Sachi Devi, he takes away the burden of this age and brings about the process of pure devotion to himself. Isn't that amazing? Just taking shelter of Lord Chaitanya is really true. He destroys the universal miseries, universal to every person, even to demons and demigods. Everybody is feeling the universal miseries, more or less. See, more in the mode of passion and ignorance, because that's why people are in fear. Even, those promoting, they see you can't get out of that fear energy. See, that the persons promoting that are in fear, and those who are accepting that they take shelter of those who are promoting fear, and they are fearful. But those who are taking shelter of this universal destroyer of all miseries, they live in this bliss in Kali Yuga. See, even though all this stuff is going on, it's just like when Kamsa was taking over the whole planet. Lord Krishna and the devotees were sporting in ecstasy because they took shelter of Krishna, his true transcendental form. See? No oppression. See? So just like Krishna doesn't feel the oppression, he's free. Yeah, we become free in him. See? Free in Lord Chaitanya, the avatar of this age. Yeah. I feel so blessed to be able to promote this, because I've always wondered, why are devotees, why are they they're not happy, or anybody, why aren't they happy? And I was always happy in Lord Chaitanya. See, and when you're meditating on him and with surrender and relation, oh man, he takes away everything. He takes it all, like Haridas, when it came to his miseries, he was getting whipped in 21 marketplaces, and the Lord said, many years later, he said, I took all that on my back. Look at the marks. Because Haridas was feeling protected even then. It's amazing, yeah. So anyway, why wouldn't anybody take shelter of such a Lord? He's so wonderful. Yeah. We only have a few people. Okay, let's see here. What's going on here?
Because the people are still not interested in the Lord. That's why. They're still interested in all these heavy rules, regulations, or they are interested in all still the material things. They're still not interested to come in the pastime. And therefore, you need a person like you, Srila Gauraj, to bring us in. Because I was thinking, you're actually the transcendental juicer.
Transcendental juicer.
Transcendental juicer. Oh, yeah, it is through you that we develop this transcendental taste. That's
when we go in the door, you become the shepherd of the sheep that want to go in the door. The Lord has made it that way because people need that connection. They need that spark. It's kind of like a jump start, jumpstart people, It's all in us. It's like we have universal miseries, to everybody, because we're all connected to that source, and some cut off more or less. We need the universal connector. And then then it gets it going, and we pass it on to our friends. Yeah, it's great. What happened to the... Oh, it doesn't save it? Let me see here. Why is it not doing that? Task view. Oh, I see. Oh, there we go. Aha. Okay. So applauded by the best of the Brahmin community within those lands, compromising Navadweep, Sri Hari dwelt happily in the home of his father, giving him great happiness. He then studied the scriptures, embracing the 6 branches of the Vedas. When he stayed at the home of his guru, he would show an attachment to service and devotion to cleanliness. And Yeah, devotion to cleanliness. And now actually devotion, devotion to cleanliness is Brahminical, and that's nice. I mean, everybody needs to take a bath and you feel kind of clean. But real devotion to real cleanliness, real cleansing is this deep cleansing, deep cleaning. See, this is this communion with the Lord, and then you get all this cleaning from the inside out. Comes in. Otherwise, the water doesn't penetrate inside. Maybe they say water it'll wash the ore clean, but this kind of cleanliness, man, is wonderful. The cleaning you get by going deep into the Lord's transcendental form. Oh, it's just wonderful. Nothing like it. And you become just naturally devoted to this kind of cleansing. You can't live without it. Just like you can't live without taking a bath. You start to feel dirty. Well, the same thing with devotee. They have to commune with God, and automatically, it's not like the cleansing just happens. It's a byproduct of communion with the Lord. Purification is a byproduct of. The devotee is not thinking, I want to get purified that way. They're thinking, no, I want to communicate with the Lord. I want to see him. I want to feel him. This is the longing. And when you're chanting, I just want to be with you, Lord. And all these byproducts come. All of a sudden, the Lord uses it for his rare service, man. The highest welfare activity to broadcast the true glories of this transcendental Lord. There's no greater privilege than this. And only a devotee who is in touch with those glories can do it. No one else can. You got to have some realization about this. Personal encounters with this transcendental Lord. To the point where people become eager for that also. And that eagerness brings the Lord to them also. Yeah, this person, wow. I have faith in this person. He or she is actually communicating with God. Oh, I'd like to be like that. That's the Raganuga Bhakti path. Okay? If you don't see a devotee like that, then you won't. Go ahead. What?
You just said the secret that you just read.
Yeah.
The Lord inside the house of the Father.
Yeah.
Make him happy. That's a key. That's the key.
He's in the house. In the house, in the body, in the heart.
And make us happy.
And he's happy, like Jagannath Mishra. He's happy being with the Lord, and the Lord's happy to be with him. See, those Yoga Maya, the devotional mellows. See, this is transcendental relations. And the only way we'll know that is when we're happy being in the Lord is naturally happy to be in us. Otherwise, it's like Bhagavad Gita. All living entities are in the Lord, but he's not in them. See? But devotee is different. He's in the Lord in his transcendental form, and that transcendental form is in him. See, the problem is people are in the material form of the Lord, therefore the material form of the modes of nature in them. And that's what's the problem. See? So we got to be in the transcendental supreme personality of Godhead. So that's transcendental form is manifested in our hearts and all its benefits, of that Lord being in that temple. Then it becomes full of jewels, real jewels. See? Real realizations on the true nature of the universe and of the universes and of the spiritual world and of bhakti and of what actually God is. That's treasure, man. There's no other real treasure than that. Everything else is fleeting. Everything else stays here, and the soul goes on with the covering still. This dissolves the material coverings and just it opens up the truth, the true nature of who we are. We're all souls, spirit souls, individualized, built to commune with the transcendental form of the Lord, because that is the truth. That is the greatest happiness, greatest bliss. Everything else is dark illusions. Even with the demigods are involved in all that extra happiness they get up there. You know, this is the truth. You know, that's why Jesus said the truth will set you free. People don't know this truth. They don't know how to be in the transcendental Lord. That's why the Lord taught it. He came and said, yeah, come and chant Hare Krishna. See, follow this path. You know, oh, you want liberation? Oh, chant the holy name of the Lord. And you need to be with devotees, otherwise you won't do it. People won't do it. You know, it's hard enough to get people to come here and stick long enough to get a taste. See? So the devotees come here and they give their association, and that's why Prabhupada wrote these books and the Goswami wrote these books and showed and treated them like jewels. See? And the devotees, they use these books like jewels, like a diamond. What do you call it? Like a diamond saws off the material modes of nature. So strong, so pure. So purifying. People just need to hear the truth, hear it glorified by devotees who have some realization of that truth. Otherwise, everybody they're in the truth of the illusion, which is all temporary, and it's so bewildering because you get into that and you go into forgetfulness of this. Isn't that amazing? You forget the truth. You know, Lord Chaitanya said, the religion of this age is to remember Krishna, the truth, and remind others. That's it. You know, and it's so joyfully performed. All benefits come to just being in that transcendental Lord. All benefit comes to the person glorifying that truth and remembering that truth and reminding others, and they become benefited.
It's all about.
Yeah,
sorry. It's all about of trust, because in us from all this life we've been cheating so much. So actually in us, it is in us. We don't trust, actually for the moment, we don't trust nobody.
Mm-hmm. And
then we coming, so now is for some people, like for me, from the books and here, for me it was WAP. But some people, they would not have this, none of the books, you know, but some people it's like, oh, I will do a step. Let me see, can I trust this person? Can I trust this? Oh yeah, see, because in us, deep in us, because the subtle body, we've been cheating, I don't know, many lifetimes. So now for some persons, is that they're doing a small step. Oh, but can I really trust that person?
Mm-hmm.
Is he not going to cheat me? That's why it's important that we also follow in the books, and that we, oh yeah, now I see, I can follow. And a more step, automatically you will see, oh yes, I surrender to him. Mm-hmm. And that is what we have to do. Some people need some more small taps for, oh yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, like that. Right. Exactly. Yeah. Hare Krishna. What do we got here? Oh, let's see. I got another way. Oh, yeah, I know how to do this. A task thing. Okay. And then bring this back up. All right. Yeah. Thence onwards, his sole enjoyment lay in the remembrance of his confidential identity and indifferent to the external world. So, yeah, his hairs thrilled in jubilation. However, directed by a message spoken by the sky, he then returned to Gaya, to his family home. Thence onwards, his sole enjoyment lay in the remembrance of his confidential form. See, that's self-realization. You remember your identity in the spiritual dimension, and you live from that. You live from that. You worship the Lord in that way, from your identity. If you're in the Gopi Bhav, you're just longing to unite with the Lord very passionately, like that, or whatever you want to play with the Lord. You want your dear friend. Actually, in Gopi Bhav, everything's there. Everything is there. So, but you live from that identity and not identifying yourself. I'm Joe Blow, I'm I'm a college student. I'm this, I'm that. Yeah. Or either I'm a Brahmin or I'm a sannyasi. I'm a Brahmin. No, no. I'm here to serve the happiness of the Lord. Devotees, this is self-realization. We need to be with those who are in touch with their identity, spiritual identity. Otherwise, how can you teach others? How can you show them the path to realizing their spiritual identity if you're not realizing yours? See, the real guru, the real spiritual master actually delivers you, just like the books say. Otherwise, you're not really in touch with the real truth. Everything, see, you can chant Hare Krishna, but you can't perfect your devotional service, which means perfect your relationship in Vrindavan. You got to be around devotees who are liberated souls. So in some life, you get a bona fide spiritual master. See? And to the point where your spiritual identity is awakened. Otherwise, you're still in process. If you didn't get it from Prabhupada, and most didn't, they didn't get purified enough, then the Lord in some lifetime will send them Shiksha Guru, and you go deeper and get to the point where you have the awakening. Okay? And then, see, now it's finished in a sense. Now it's perfect. Your relationship is established. Now you just keep watering this relationship forever. You act in this identity forever. That's what the Lord did. He just started off pretty much, like at the get-go. Well, not quite. He wanted to, he did actually in the beginning, but he hid that. And then he wanted to show how you can attain this. He first started to serve the devotees. He folded their dhotis and they brought them Ganga water and everything. And they said, "No, what are you doing there?" He said, "Yeah, I must do this because I want Krishna. And you have Krishna, and then therefore by serving you, I'm going to get Krishna." He showed the path that by his own example. Teach everybody. He said, "You got Krishna. So if you don't have Krishna, what the heck good is it serving you? Who the hell are you?" The Lord showed the path very easy, man. Follow his path. You serve devotees who have Krishna. That's what he said. You got Krishna and you can give Krishna if I'm serving you. Right there, Chaitanya Bhagavat. All this whole chapter, he's folding the dhotis and doing everything because he said, you have the power to give Krishna. Only real devotees have that power. They had Krishna. They're from Vrindavan. They're his intimate servants. See, he's showing by example. It's the most beautiful way of teaching, by example. You got Krishna. So anybody that is a guru in this world of Vaishnavism, if they don't have Krishna, if they're not serving like with attachment and really are feeling that transcendental body of God, fondling it by chanting. You got to be able to fondle the Lord. He's just a cute little baby. You don't believe it? Well, look at this. Check this out here. I'll prove he...
Krishna, 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 la 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 la, 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 la 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 la.
Yeah, if you're not playing with Krishna, man, how can you give? Give that? That's a good one, huh? I was wondering if I could use that one. That's what it's about, man. Okay, here we go. All right. So thence onwards. See the chat here. Look at the chat for a second here. Hey, Shamba Sundari. So Shamba Sundari, I could never find your message. So I don't know what you said. Maybe if you write it down again, maybe I can see it. And I was wondering, why don't you come on here, you know, and help inspire people? Oh, here's somebody coming. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, now I can get up to 10 people up here. Now, here we go, Govinda. Hey, Govinda.
Jai Prabhupada.
Govinda is our
the Krishna cartoon. The Krishna cartoon gets me every time.
It does, huh?
Oh God, I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. You can't not mine.
Yeah.
Love
That's
it.
a good one. Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Okay, all right. So thence onward, his sole enjoyment lay in the remembrance of his childhood, his confidential identity, and indifferent to the external world, his hairs thrilled in jubilation. However, directed by a message spoken from the sky, he then returned from Gaya to his family home. Oh, somebody else is here. Who is that? Bhakta Tom. All right. Oops. Tom, it doesn't look like your camera is on. Can you put your camera on? There we go. Okay. So we got 4 people. We got, let's see, 4 people, 6 more to go. Who else is going to come up? Let's see. Okay, here we go. All right. There, the master showed the mature stage of pure love for Krishna, surrounded by the chiefs of the community of devotees. Delighting in Hari Kirtan and Krishna Katha, he crushed the lions among the demons. Ooh, somebody else is coming. All right. Who else is here? Ah, there we go. Karuna. Hey, look at this, man. We're getting a lot of people on here. What's this here? I got the full screen. Oh, look at this. Full screen now. Oh, boy. Yeah, if you got a computer, you get the full screen. You can see everybody. It's really nice. Otherwise, it's probably small. Oh, the only thing is, what is this here? Oh, exit full screen. Okay. All right. I'm back again here. So therefore, there the master showed the mature stage of pure love for Krishna. See? So anyway, we need, again, we need, if you're ultimately, whether you're a leader in Krishna consciousness or a follower, you need to get the association of real devotees that's showing the mature stage of devotion where they have these symptoms. Otherwise, you're not in real Krishna consciousness. I mean, where was this all started? It started from Lord Chaitanya, right? 550 years ago. He was with devotees, like he showed first the mature, he was the first fruit. Actually, Madhavinda Puri was. And then Ishwara Puri and some others were too. See, the mature stage are the ecstatic prema symptoms. See, prema is the mature stage. Prema has symptoms, has these ecstasies. See, these tears, these hair standing on end, tears, choking of the voice. When you're in the transcendental realm of worshiping the Lord, soul to supreme soul, very intimate, very, very transcendentally. I don't want to get Karuna going here. Erotic. Transcendentally erotic. It's wonderful. Matter of fact, they actually describe it that way in the Vedas, believe it or not. In Krishna's raging ecstasy, therefore in devotees, because they're communing with the Lord, that raging ecstasy is manifested through them. That's why it's a rare sight. It's rare to see devotees in Vaishnavism like this. When Madhavinda Puri was here, hardly these symptoms of love of God were shown in this world. Were seen in this world. Hardly. Just like now, hardly. So people can't believe it. Oh, Prema Bhakti? No, many lifetimes. Yeah. Krishna. So Murari Gupta, an associate of the Golden Lord, presented this pure, auspicious history for the sake of the saints who forever hanker to drink through their thirsty ears the glorious nectar of the Lord of widespread fame. See, Murari Gupta, an associate of the only an associate of the Golden Lord, presented this pure, auspicious history. There's so much history. The history of Socrates is not compared to this. Great person, Socrates, right? Plato, Socrates. They're still material, or it's maybe liberational level. But this is the only pure history, because it's the purest revelation, the deepest revelation you can have of a soul's relationship with the Supreme Lord. And only an associate can give it, because they're in that relationship. That's pure history. There's nothing really pure in this world other than a soul's relationship with Krishna, because that's the truth. Soul's relationship with God, whether it's Christ. See, that's the truth that sets people free. People don't know that really. They never heard about that. Or they hear like the scriptures recited by scholars, but don't hear like those scholars don't hear, therefore they don't hear. You got to first hear it from an associate who actually listens and relishes that truth and expresses that truth so that people can wake up. Otherwise they're asleep. See, they sleep in this Maya. They sleep in the modes. They're in the modes, don't know anything else. Therefore, the modes are in them. Passion, goodness, ignorance. Keeps people in samsara. See, we're in Krishna, man. Krishna is in us, man. Therefore, we love to glorify the truth and set people free, right? Set them free. See, we went in the door. See, the door are the Vaishnavas. See, the pure Vaishnavas who know the pure history of the truth of the relationship between the soul and the Supreme Soul. That's why they come here. That's why they're deliverers. They deliver us. These books deliver us, especially in the hands of a person who has some experience with this. Experience of going in the transcendental form of the Lord and reaping the experience of that inside themselves. Isn't this truth exciting? Isn't it exciting to hear the truth, man? I think it's so amazing. Learning. Oh, more people coming. Whoa, 2. Let's check out who's here. I can hear when I hear these blips. Okay, who else we got? Oh, look at this. We got Johan again and River again. And Johan. Wow, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many more? Can we do 7, 8, 9, 10? Let's see. Yeah. So Murari Gupta, an associate of the Golden Lord, presented this pure, auspicious history for the sake of the saints. Saints who forever hanker to drink through their thirsty ears the glorious nectar of the Lord of widespread fame. Wasn't that Arjuna? Arjuna was like that, Arjuna, oh, Krishna, please speak more. My ears are like tongues. See, how did he do this? He had a bona fide spiritual master. He had faith in Krishna as his guru. Krishna is a transcendental personality. He was an associate of who? Himself. He looked in the mirror and said, who's this beautiful person? I want to embrace him. That's the way. This bhakti, even if it's in your own body, is attractive to the saints. See? And again, most people are not saints, right? Therefore, they're not attracted to this nectar. They're not realizing it. They're not in it. Therefore, it's not in them. See? So that's why the door is the real devotee, the bona fide guru. See? Then you get it. Then you start to feel relation with this history. I remember when I first started teaching, and I was doing these classes and just describing stuff, describing the little bit that I'm realizing about this wonderful relationship. And then devotees who were devotees in ISKCON for years, they said, boy, they couldn't wait. I want to get a Chaitanya Bhagavat. And a lot of times they couldn't find it because they weren't selling them in the ISKCON. They had to order them online. And then they said, yeah, man, this is so great. They felt the eagerness to read this Leela. Then they started, because it's the only way to get the Lord's interest. When you're interested in him, then he'll be interested in you. Otherwise, he has no interest. He's only interested in his devotees. Therefore, the devotees come here. They're like salesmen. They come here. They got a transcendental product, intangible to most of the world, intangible to these gurus who don't have a real transcendentally established awakened relationship. Okay? So you need to connect with the devotee who has this relationship. See? And then you go in that door, and then you start to feel this relation yourself by the mercy of the guru. You become adopted by the guru because everybody is orphaned out here. Maya makes you an orphan. See, you don't know who your real father is because Maya cuts it off. See? Our real father is transcendental. Our real eternal friend is transcendental. See, our real beloved is transcendental. Not material. So people are cut off from that. Therefore, it takes a transcendentally awakened person to establish, to awaken people, to show them that this is actually real. You got to see this is real in people. Otherwise, it's a fairy tale. Or you don't even understand. You got all these gurus. They don't know what ecstatic devotion is. If they did, they'd be praising it. Or what good is hiding it? Not only praising it, you would see that this person is an experienced person. They're experiencing the transcendental form of the Lord because they have relationship and symptoms of that relationship. People don't know, what is the real gold, the real jewels. See, the real jewel is the Lord himself. Yeah. So the saints, so Murari Gupta, an associate of the Golden Lord, presented this pure, auspicious history for the sake of the saints who forever hanker to drink through their thirsty ears the glorious nectar about the Lord of widespread fame. See, widespread fame. People, how did that fame get widespread? See? Because there were devotees who had a knowing about the Lord. See, they knew the Lord. They knew how great that Lord is. How much mercy that Lord gives. How that Lord cuts people free. Relationship with the Lord, feeling that Lord, where you're happy being with that transcendental Lord, and the Lord is happy being with you. That relationship establishes. It's so amazing that it cuts you free effortlessly from samsara. wheel of birth and death, which you can't do on your own. That's why he's so famous. He not only cuts you off and gives you liberation, but he gives you this pure, intimate, ecstatic relationship with that Lord. Nothing like that. That's very rare, very amazing. See, pure and auspicious history for the sake of the saints who forever hanker to drink through their thirsty ears glorious nectar of the Lord of widespread fame. You know why? Another reason why that Lord has widespread fame? Because he's making you guys saints. You guys hanker. Hey, doesn't it say only saints hanker for that? You guys are becoming saints, and look at where you came from. Yeah, it's amazing. Alcoholics, drug addicts, Mayavadis. Yeah. He makes people saints. That's why the apostles preached about Jesus, because that preaching made people saints. That's why we are preaching the same God, even though different manifestation at a different time, place, and circumstance. But you see, people are being made saints, proving we're worshiping the same God. Pretty logical, huh, there, Govinda? We make our points right. See? Proof is in the pudding, man. If you're hankering to hear the nectar of the Lord, you've been made a saint. We're making saints here. What are you making over there? You know, wherever you are, whatever kind of teacher you are, we got to see what is the greatest result of conversion, of transforming a person. What is the point of being a teacher if you cannot transform your disciple or student into a great Madunga player if you're a Madunga teacher? Or if you're a cook, make that person a great cook. And if you're a spiritual master, make that person a pure devotee of Vrindavan. That's Guru in the Gaudiya Vaishnava line. What kind of guru are you? You're no expert. Are you making saints? Oh, no, I would never say I'm not a saint. I can't make any saints. Well, what kind of guru are you representing Vrindavan? That's if you're an expert, you're a spiritual master, and you can't bring people to Vrindavan now when it's been authorized. Then what is going on here? We are making saints because you guys are fitting the bill. You know, you're like in the shot. You know, I'm reading the Shastra and I'm looking. This is Govinda. This is Johan. This is River Yamuna. Karuna's on his way. Tom is getting there. As soon as he gets rid of his belief in Mayavadi crapola and other gurus. You got to be fixed on your Guru Dave here to deliver you. Then I'll be impressed. Oh, somebody else came, I think. Let's check who else.
Vrindavan.
Yeah. Let's see here. How do I get out of this? Oh, yeah. These are great verses. I love these things. It's so full of truth. So since his heart was enlivened by this chance for Gorkata, Murari's eyes rolled to and fro and shed tears of joy. Since his heart was enlivened by this chance of Gorkata, Murari's eyes rolled to and fro. I'm going to start again. Murari Gupta, an associate of the Golden Lord, presented this pure auspicious history for the sake of the saints who forever hanker through their thirsty ears. See, so you see how amazingly powerful the mercy is in this Sangha to create, not only just, usually it's just for saints. People are not saints. But the power coming through this Sangha is so powerful, it's making saints. And now then you're on that level of the verse. I find that astonishing. I find that, to me, a confirmation that Prabhupada's mercy and the disciplic line is powerfully running through this Sangha. Otherwise, how could such a miracle happen? You know, the God Brothers thought it was a miracle that Prabhupada brought people from being, in the modes of passion and ignorance up to the working on the mode of goodness, being, like engaged in regulative devotional service and being attracted to Krishna at that level. Look at this miracle. People are being, at whatever they are, coming to this group and developing faith in this preaching and this vibration and hanging out in this vibration and hearing these deep subject matters. They're becoming saints, attracted to hearing. I mean, anybody you want to, hey man, anybody that's one of our critics, you come here and analyze it. Spend 30 days and look at the people and see, do they have the qualities of becoming saints because they really love Chaitanya Bhagavat and Chaitanya Leela to the point of tears are coming. Hey man, if you got no tears and no ecstatic attraction to that transcendental Lord, then you're not saint yet. You need to be transformed. I don't care you're a big guru or with thousands of followers. Both the guru and their followers need to understand things as they really are. This is as they are now, man. This is not, well, we're going to hide things as they are and just teach things as they're not quite, teach the contamination. That's Vaidhi Bhakti. That's regulative devotion. That's ceremonial worship. That's taking that conch, man, with just the water in it. That water, and not the water of your eyes, man. Now that's truth. You worshiping Krishna like that. Now the Lord loves that kind of worship. That's realization. Or the fire of your heart, man. People waving the flame there to the deity there. See, that's for a stone heart still. Oh, what about your flame of your passion to grasp the transcendental Lord, to be intimate with the Lord? That's nowhere to be seen. It's all ceremonies, what does it mean, this fire? What are you doing with this fire? What does that fire represent? What does this water represent in the conch? With pure conch is the water that, what is that water, man? Those are tears, man. That's supposed to be your tears. Are you a pujari like that? When you're doing that, is the water coming from your eyes? When you're chanting the holy name, is water and bliss come pouring out of your eyes? See, everything is external, is not realized yet. It's beginning. It's like Tai Chi, you learn the form. What are you doing that form for? Why are you going like this and this? You ask a beginner. I don't know. My Guru Dev told me to do that. That's Vaidhi Bhakti. Why are you offering the conch in the water? I don't know. This is what they say you're supposed to do. See, blind obedience, blind adherence to the Vedas. Oh, that's very good start. But what is that form leading to? What are you doing with that? Okay. Only the spiritual master really knows, or awakened disciple knows. Yeah, we're doing Tai Chi because we're going to just cut down Maya with this form. We're going to Tai Chi it and just slice it up. That's what it's for. See? That's what all this stuff is for. We're gonna use the weapon of the tears to destroy the atheism in this world. See? The weapons of this bliss, all these symptoms are going to destroy ignorance, which people are absorbed in the world. They don't know these things. They're crying mundane tears for bodies that are going to pass away, for their children, for their mothers and their fathers who never die. It's all an illusion. So we preach Bhagavad Gita. Yeah, that's so nice. My brother just passed away, and I feel, oh, wonderful. Now he's free. Just like Krishna thinks, the devotee, you go in, Krishna, you want to suffer? Well, oh, where you go? Why you want to keep the poor guy in the body like that? See? That's illusion. Yeah, my brother's free. He's born in a family with a devotee who's gotten the privilege to be a spiritual master by the disciplic line. That guy he is one lucky guy. You know what the scriptures say, right? 21 generations backwards and forwards. You are all doing the same thing for your family members. So where's the lamentation? Should be a great party. I'll tell you, my brother is really happy now. I know it. I feel it already, just, there's no lamentation for him. And now he knows the real truth that he couldn't quite understand. See, we're here to make saints, man. We're doing it. And you're liberating your family backwards and forwards just by Krishna is so happy with you. 21 generations. Yeah, free. Your forefather, everybody's trying to appease their forefathers with all these rituals, and a devotee just worships Krishna in ecstasy, and he doesn't have to do any of those rituals. No, Krishna does the ritual. He just does it. He just, you that's the result. You get all the results, man. You liberate your forefathers doing that. You satisfy the Lord. You get the results of economic development. People working their ass off because you're doing a service no one else can do. People in Maya, they can't do this service. Yeah, you get the results of religiosity. Yeah, you don't see any ministers, you don't see any gurus getting divine grace titles by their students. It's just by worshiping Krishna and playing with Krishna. Look at this. People throwing titles at Gaur Hari Das. Oh, you divine grace, Bhakti Vedanta Paramahamsa, blah, 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 blah. See, result. This is the proof. Look at no dough. Where's the dhoti, man? How come I'm not using props to convince you? All I'm doing is the essence. Worshiping Krishna, in great happiness of being with the Lord, playing with the Lord day after day after day. Some foolish student had the audacity to say, Gaur Hari, what you're doing is going to be short-lived. No. What I'm doing is going to be living forever. This is living forever. That's why you see 7 days a week, practically, man, practical Krishna consciousness. You want to prove that the Lord is inspiring you, that the Lord is empowering what's going on. The Lord is feeding you. Do class every day, 5 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You do it. Otherwise, you're not proving anything to anybody. What, your once a week thing, you make an appearance with your nice dhoti and big stick? We break those sticks like Nityananda broke Lord Chaitanya's stick. Breaking Varnashram Dharma. Hey, man, that's a stick. It's all just the modes of nature, still in the Varnashram Dharma, man. We'll come here, we'll make you a saint. That's the empowerment of Prabhupada. Prabhupada said, make saints, and we do it. Because he said it. And Krishna approved it. I told my Krishna, my second student had the darshan of Krishna. And Krishna comes and says, because of your guru, I'm giving you darshan after a week. Amazing. And people sometimes, look, Lalita Ganga got the darshan of Krishna after a week. Krishna never leaves that lady. She opens her mouth and chants Hare Krishna, and tears are and laughter pouring out of her every day, consistent. If that's not being a saint, if that's not being 100 times better than Jai Pataka Maharaj, better association, yeah. Do you see him crying every day? You see Radhanath crying? I mean, I know he's humble pie. I know he misled one of my students away from this Sangha. Shows you how much of awareness he has. I don't care how humble a person appears. When you do stuff, that's a Devananda trip. See? People don't even know that. Devananda, it's like Radhanath and Devananda, very similar pastime. I'm here to teach, man. You don't like it? Get out of here. You don't like examples of truth? You want to just look at illusions? Well, I'm showing you the Radhanath, Jaipatak, and all of them. See? They're like Devananda obstacle. You want the obstacle removed, you got to hear the truth. I don't want to hear it. You're offending pure devotees. Well, let's prove that. Let's prove that they're pure devotees or not. Devananda Pandit was worshipped by thousands, maybe hundreds of students, say hundreds. He was a guru. He taught Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna, 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 Krishna. See? Srimad Bhagavatam, taught it. That's Devananda Pandit. That's these gurus, many of them. And he was very humble. That's these gurus, right? Very humble. See? But that wasn't enough to press Lord Chaitanya. Lord Chaitanya said, hey, listen to this. You kick Srivas Pandit out of your class. That's what these gurus do. They're so great, but they still kick the real devotees. They're still offensive to real devotees who are the real saints. And they're not interested in what they do. See? Because it's not the truth, man. The truth is relationship with the Lord, and the devotees who have it have the symptoms of that relationship. Nobody has knowledge like them and understanding like them. Nobody has bhakti like them. See? And when people present themselves as gurus, see, like this, without those symptoms, and they end up they're against bhakti. They're against real devotion because they don't understand it. They don't know what it is. Who's going to help them? Who's going to preach to them? Well, they can't preach to themselves, and their disciples can't, so I have to come along and act like a fool, right? Be foolish enough, or so-called foolish enough, to point out that, just like Lord Chaitanya did, didn't he? Hey, Devananda Pandit, I'm going to rip up your Bhagavatam because you're not qualified to preach it. You're supposed to represent Srimad Bhagavatam. Only Ashukadev Goswami, who has realized Krishna, can represent Srimad Bhagavatam, who has relation with me, transcendental relationship with me, can show in their own characteristics that they have this relationship with me, can show that they have the real truth because of that relationship with me, and remove all the obstacles of those who listen to them. And Devananda Pandit obstacle is a big one. That's the golden chain. That's the devil in the form of the mode of goodness. See, the devil is darkness. Mode of goodness is darkness also. It ain't strong enough to liberate you. This was a realization of St. Paul. St. Paul knew this. He was a Pharisee like the Devananda Pandits and like many of these gurus. They represent Krishna, but at best in the mode of goodness. Maybe liberation somewhat, but still it's not really representing the Lord as the Lord ideally wants to be represented in this world so that people can be delivered. I think I got to take, is it Govinda? Your bandwidth, you got to go off, and I'll take you off. So come back on there, Govinda, because your bandwidth is down. So you got to refresh it. So remove the opposite. So St. Paul said, my rules and regulations and following their system, which is like the Varnashram system, is like filthy rags, dirty rags before the Lord, the true Lord. See, so that's Lord Chaitanya, that's Radha and Krishna. That's real purity. Not this mode of goodness. People worshiping gurus in that mode. See, we're here to free you. I have to tell anybody who will listen to this, and then you look at this, you listen to these classes, you see the ecstasy and bliss here, and then compare it to the world. If you're ready for that, you'll do that. If you still, no, I don't want to see. I just want to go out there, and I don't want to listen to this. Okay, then go out into the blindness. And that goes for any guru out there. You want to go to any guru from some other line. You want to go to Sadhguru. Now, do you see the symptoms of this kind of understanding? Because this is rare, man. Once every 4,320,000,000 years does Lord Chaitanya come. If you have this relationship, you're going to be intensely worshiping the Lord. I don't see these other gurus like this. I don't see Satya Sai Baba pouring tears out of his eyes and looking like Lord Chaitanya or a devotee of Lord Chaitanya because they got that mercy. Therefore, don't compare it as the same thing. See, a lot of people can't take this preaching because they want some blindness there. It's too much just to see the truth. You can't compare. You show me Sadhguru crying and laughing and all. You show me one thing of that. Show me. You can't. You won't. Show me such a Sai Baba pouring tears out of his eyes or glorifying Lord Chaitanya, the avatar, the age. The real avatar was here, confidential, hidden. You show me talking. If they knew, they would be glorifying. They'd be connecting people like we're doing here, like you, becoming attracted to Lord Chaitanya, but they don't do that. They can't even dream of doing that. That's why their disciples are still mundane. And that goes for everywhere, in any Sangha, in the ISKCON, or if people cannot make you a saint because they don't have the order and through the line to do it, because it takes tremendous power. The Lord has to work overtime through a Vaishnava to do it. And actually, not really. But it may appear like they're working overtime. That's all. It's just an appearance. Oops. So you're there. Oops. Who's there? Okay. So time for a little intermission here. I learned this from
Krishna, 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 Krishna. Krishna, 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 Krishna.
Let's look at some of the comments here. You know, this reminds me of this kind of preaching. It reminds me of like Nityananda breaking the stick of Lord Chaitanya. We're just breaking all these sticks. They're just sticks, man. It's not right to put anything before Lord Chaitanya. You know, it's not right to put any obstacle. It's not necessary. Let's just break the sticks, man. They're only sticks, mundane. You know, if this was offensive, pointing out the obstacle and everything, why don't we lose the devotion here? Why aren't you guys scattering from being around an offensive person? All I'm doing is breaking sticks. I'm proving that these are all mundane. Because if I was an offense to pure devotees, why are these things happening? Why are people coming here and getting ecstasy? Because we're breaking the obstacles, the sticks, still material. It's not good enough. Goodness, to be a good person, to be a good guru, to be a sweet guru is not good enough to be sweet, because on one level you're sour unless you're in touch with the transcendental Lord and worshiping the Lord with real prema. It's sour to him. He's not interested in you. You also, you big gurus that don't have a real transcendental relationship with the Lord, because you're not hankering to connect and commune with him. You have to also go to the devotee. You have to go through the door. Your followers have to go through the door. Usually the followers come first. You followers of ISKCON, right? Coming first. Or you following of these sannyasis like Shama Sundari. The followers come first. Not so much false ego covering to break. See, it's all poison. People, they grab the head of the snake. That's, being what do you call it, a false acharya? That's, you're grabbing the head of the snake. You get all that poison of name and fame and all that stuff. Only ecstatic devotees will be given that and delivering others because, they know what is real. What's real is this relationship. We got some people coming in. What is this? Add to stream. Add to stream. There we go. Got you back.
Krishna.
Is this good? Is this good preaching here, Govinda? Are we preaching okay? Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. It's great. I love it. It's music. It's sweet. Yeah. Gets me excited. Really excited. It's fantastic. It's food for the soul. It's what we need. Nothing else out there in this world. Everybody's lining up and marching to the lethal injection. But this is the way. This is the way, man. This is into the spiritual skies, This is great. Yeah. This is our life and soul. What else is there to do? I've no interest in anything else. Just to do this, meet devotees, publish books, meet people on the street, and they're like, "Why are you so happy? Here's a card. Come along and be happy too." Keep on doing Harinam Sankirtanan. Keep going door to door. Distribute books. There's many books on bookshelves still. Take them off the bookshelves. Put them through people's doors with Guru Maharaj's links on. Bookshelves are not meant for books. Get them out there. Get them out there. That's it.
There you go. That's simple, man. That's great too. All right. Let's see here. We got there. Okay. Since his heart was enlivened by this chance where Gorka talked, his eyes rolled to and fro.
That's it. Simple. Keep it simple. Simple. That's it. Yeah.
Bhakti Srivas was also the effulgent sun, was like the effulgent sun, bringing into bloom the lotus hearts of the twice born. So Bhakti Srivas was like an effulgent sun, bringing into bloom the lotus hearts of the twice born. So, see, Srivas was also a Brahmin. And so if a person wanted this bhakti, if they were a brahmachari, Brahmin, or sannyasi, they would have to go to a person like him. But that's how they prove that they really want God. They really want Krishna, is they would have to do that. And that just by submission to a real devotee like that and saying, actually, like that brahmachari, he said, actually, you have a relationship with Lord Chaitanya and I don't. And I want that relationship. So I want to walk through the door. See, so just from that, and very easily you get a relationship with the Lord. What did that brahmachari do? All he had was a desire to associate with the transcendental Lord, Lord Chaitanya. And he kept petitioning Srivas, please, you get me an interview with Lord Chaitanya. Please, you get me an interview with Lord Chaitanya. And then Srivas says, well, okay, let me bring you. I have to hide you, but you're going to get the interview. See, interview is you get to see the Lord, and the Lord gets to see you. See, and then this is the interview. So Maharaj Prataparudra wanted an interview with the Lord. See, interview. You letter of introduction. See, the devotee is the letter of introduction, and they give you that letter. Otherwise, if you're not introduced to the Lord by a real devotee, you don't get the real Lord. You get something else. You get some facsimile, some copy, some imitation Oh yeah, this is the Lord in the mode of goodness. Bunch of here. Let me throw a bunch of rules and regulations to you. But they don't introduce you to the transcendental Lord. See, that's the position of those who have this communion with God. You know, with Lord Chaitanya, they have this relation. The associates, they introduce you, Lord. That's why people, you want prema bhakti? It's very easy. You come here. You hear people have relationship with Lord Chaitanya. Oops. Wait just a second here. What is this here? Oops. Okay. Don't want to lose this here. That's the darn thing. Come on. Where's the battery? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's down here. Down here. Ah, here it is. Okay. Whoops. Oh, God. Okay, just a second. I'm losing battery here. I forgot to plug this thing in. I have to start the generator. I'll be right back. See if you can remember the place I'm at. I got to go and start the generator here. Okay. There we go. Okay. Do I have it? Why isn't this working? Okay, I'll be right back. I got to start the generator.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
I'm telling you.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Oh, Mother.
Krishna Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Oh, mama, 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 Parvati. Oh, mama, mama, mama,
Hare
Parvati.
Krishna, Hare
Oh, mama,
Krishna,
mama, mama, Parvati.
Krishna
Oh, mama,
Krishna,
mama, mama,
Hare Hare,
Mahadeva, Mahadeva,
Hare Rama,
Mahadeva,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
So Bhakta Srivas was the effulgent sun bringing into bloom the lotus hearts. Mute your mics when you're not talking. Bhakta Srivas was the effulgent sun bringing into bloom the lotus hearts of the twice born. He instructed Murari Gupta, now the time has come. You must narrate the unique and ever-fresh history of Sri Hari with folded hands. The ever-fresh history. Isn't that nice? It's true, isn't it? Ever-fresh. This is the nature of the spiritual potency. It's ever-fresh. Yeah, you never get tired of it. You never get tired of chanting. You never get tired of serving the Lord. Never get tired of relating to the Lord. Ever fresh, man. See, this is the truth. The ever freshness of God. See, you never get tired of reading these narrations. Always something more and deeper. Books, you get tired. That's why bookstores are $1 million business. People read the book and they send it back, right? How many books? I've never sent back a book of Chaitanya Bhagavat. Have you, Govinda? Would you ever think of returning it back to the bookstore? It's not like that with this.
No.
This is topmost. This is topmost, man.
Yeah.
Right, Tom? Have you noticed that? You're not going to return these books. Are you going to return that book back to the bookstore? That's what you do with mundane books. You return it. That's why people get bored in Bhagavatam class. You ever been to a boring Bhagavatam class there, Johan? Boring Bhagavatam class. Why? Because it's not transcendental. Have you been to a boring class here? Much? Maybe sometimes, but much? Not boring? What is that telling the world? What's that telling Vaishnavism? That the real thing is here. You got, hey man, are you worshiping the ever fresh Lord? Prove it. Prove that you're worshiping the ever fresh Lord. There are symptoms. The symptoms are people who come here, they don't want to leave if they come long enough. Unless they're led away by, well, I want to usurp this so I can be a big teacher. This is the people, a lot of times, they leave because they want to use the energy so they can be smarter and they can show that, well, actually, I'm doing the real path. You're not. Oh, yeah? Those people scatter and dry up. And then they come back. You know how many times people have done this and then they usually come back? It's just little children. You're always doing stupid things. So anyway... See, you gotta look at this stuff. You gotta look, compare. You want to learn what a diamond is. You gotta look at it. All the diamonds are in these verses. The jewels. See, to understand what is a jewel and what is a piece of glass. Nobody knows in this Maya. Okay? So the verses are here to teach people this is a jewel. This is a piece of glass. You see? Well, yeah, that's true, man. I'm coming here every day, and that class is always interesting. I feel nourished. Yeah, your spiritual body is awakening, man. Your attraction is deepening. For what? Something eternal, not some mundane teacher or guru. Oh yeah, my attraction to milk and cows is increasing, but that can't increase because it's such hard work. Right, Govinda?
Decreasing.
How about you there, Karuna?
Decreasing.
30 cows a day I got to milk. It's hard work, isn't it? Hard work. I know they're sweet looking things, but still it's hard work. It's a lot of work every day in the cold. You got to get up there and your fans are freezing to death. Here we milk Krishna. And then every day I'm here to milk Krishna, man. It's fun. It's easy.
Yay!
It's easy. It's joyfully performed. Krishna, he never runs out of milk either. He's always. I'm here to usurp Krishna. That's all I do. People want to usurp this so they can be. No, I just usurp Krishna because it's fun to take advantage of him, to plunder Krishna. They actually use these words in the Goswami. Plundering Krishna. The gopis are plundering him. Yeah, we plunder him too. I want to take his energy and never get enough. There's more there. So with folded hands, Sri Murari surrendered to this order, bowing repeatedly at Srivasa's feet. See, now I'm going to read this again because I just got some realization. Bhakti Srivas was like the effulgent sun bringing into the bloom of the lotus hearts of the twice born. He instructed Murari Gupta, now is the time. Now the time has come. See, like Murari Gupta is like being like his little playful guru, you know. Now the time has come. You must narrate the unique, ever fresh history of Sri Hari. See, in the book, see, Murari Gupta was an experience. He experienced a relationship with the Lord, and now is the time. See, mature. Now is the time has come. Ordered. He ordered like a disciplic line. This is what Prabhupada did to me. I was relishing these things in the books. Now is time has come. Bring this out. Make saints now. You know, get people attracted to Lord Chaitanya, and then automatically you become a saint without the false ego. If you're a saint with a false ego, you're a false saint, false acharya, the false guru. Oh, he's such a pure devotee and everything, but you have no intimate, deep attraction to the transcendental nature of the Lord. Hey, we got a heavy hitter coming here. She always hits a home run. You notice that? we got.
I'm
now,
sorry I'm late.
We got Mickey Mantle here.
I'm sorry I'm late.
Lalita G, Lalita G, G.
I started a little bit early today.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I went to bed, and about 11:30 at night, I didn't know it was 11:30. I woke up. I said, "Oh, it must be early in the morning. It must be late." It was 11:30 at night. I said, "Well, I guess I feel awake, so let's go out and cheer and chant." Yeah. Okay, a little bit more here. Yeah. So then, also to fulfill his own heart's desire, Murari described the glory of Sri Chaitanya's person, which dispels the depraved qualities Kali. See, this is the thing, man. And that's first and foremost, devotees, real devotees, they want to fulfill their own heart's desire. You know, they do this by glorifying the Lord. Isn't that a nice thing? To fulfill your heart's desire by glorifying God? See? Otherwise, you're always trying to steal stuff. People are thieves in this world. You want to steal energy, you know, and then there's no, you know, you got to steal more because it's never enough energy. You got to steal money. You notice these people, they got to steal your money. They got to get into fruitive activities. Then they got to trick you into getting shots so that they can make money. You know, politicians stealing everything's stealing, thievery, because it's never enough. They don't have enough. Yeah. See, but devotees, to fulfill their own heart's desire, they give this out. This is Ghostananandi, man. They give out this grace, this mercy, these truths. It's wonderful. And they free people. They're the real philanthropists. Philanthropists are not the motivated ones like Bill Gates and Fauci's and these other Rockefellers. They're all doing this for a material motive. They all have mundane motives, what they're doing for. No, real philanthropists are giving out this wealth. They're all doing this. Okay, somebody mute because I'm getting feedback here. Is everybody, you mute yourselves.
And these other Rockefellers, they're all
Okay,
doing
somebody
evil
is not
through-
muted, and it must be Karuna, I think, because he's not around. So can I mute him? All right, everybody. Okay. Yeah. You got to give out. And that's what devotees do. That's why this is called unmotivated devotional service. But there is motive. The motive is the transcendental happiness of the Lord in that devotee's heart. This is why you can't understand it materially. You got to get through the purification, or you got to hear about it from devotees. See, you got to find devotees who satisfy their hearts by giving out wealth. Now, isn't that nice? Now, isn't that perfect philanthropy? Is there, show me a spot in that philanthropy. This is why Prabhupada said those who don't reach this become mundane philanthropists. Those who just get liberated, they become bored with liberation. See, because they haven't reached transcendental philanthropy yet. This is philanthropists, is they are satisfying their hearts by giving out wealth. Win-win. The devotee wins, the other people win who come and associate with them. Perfect path. There's no better path than that. Lord Chaitanya taught it himself, and by all, before Prabhupada came, I was just kind of working up to this, just kept, just relishing this nectar. I had no idea where it was going. It's going here. You just become like, yeah, man, just give out the wealth because you enjoy doing that. I enjoy giving out this wealth. I enjoy glorifying the absolute truth. It's a great enjoyment for me. Okay? And it's perfect. There's no fault in that. I enjoy crying for Krishna. Don't you there, Lalita? Isn't it nice? Woo-hoo! It's wonderful to laugh with abandon, right? No holding back, man. We already got the order from Prabhupada himself, Krishna himself. Yeah, go ahead, liberate people. Anybody will believe your excessive happiness, excessive bliss. Anybody, oh yeah, I'll give them my darshan. Yeah. Because the Lord wants to do it, Devotees do it because the Lord wants to do it. Yeah, and the devotee wants to do it because, they have the same heart as the Lord. The Lord wants to relish mellows, and the devotee wants to relish mellows. What the Father does, the Son does. Yeah, did you hear Jesus Christ? This is the meaning. What the Father does, the Son does. See, they have the same interest. Relish mellows and liberate people. Isn't it nice there, Lalita? Relish mellows and liberate people. What a great path this is.
Guru Maharaj, and it will live forever because Satsit and Ananda is eternal. So it's not short living. It's not possible. How can this be short living?
Yeah, no short-lived. That people just projecting. That's what you learn. When you get at this stage, you learn everybody's talking about themselves. Their thing is going to be short-lived because it's still in the false ego. Here, devotees live forever on. This is life, man. Jesus said, I have life, I can give it to you abundantly. Hey, man, I ain't saying anything different. Yeah, I got life. This is life to me. You like this life? Hey, come here. You get it abundantly. This preaching. You want this kind of life every day, chanting here, associating with devotees. Look at who's studying. All the cream, man. All the jewels come here, man. A lot of them, they come and they start getting really ecstatic very fast. Start laughing and crying and everything. Hey, man, this kind of worship attracts maybe not the masses yet, but attracts quality. Can you imagine if we had 300 ecstatic devotees here? The whole world would be finished. Prabhupada said if I had one, we would conquer the world. We need a little extra help now. The way the world is, the demons are coming out there. So we need about, I'd say 300 ecstatic devotees would do it. It'd finish the elites. All we need is a minority in this kind of worship, and it'll blanket the majority with ecstatic bliss. That's how powerful bhakti is, man. Hey, man, if you could look at all you guys, you're getting liberated from samsara just from one person, just relishing the glories of the Lord. Look at this. And now you're becoming like that. You're able to liberate people too. Isn't it amazing? Miracle. We do it. Krishna's doing a miracle here. All right. So Murari described the glory of Sri Chaitanya's person, which dispels the depraved qualities of Kali. Yeah, man, isn't that amazing? I have not found anything that is more powerful than the narrations of Lord Chaitanya's Leela to dispel these depraved qualities of Kali Yuga, because it represents the highest truth. And in the hands of the devotee Bhagavat and the book Bhagavat together, devotion, anybody coming, they get bhakti just easily. It destroys the depraved qualities of this Kali Yuga that no other narration can do. That's the purpose. That's why, hey man, he's the avatar of the age, right? Lord Chaitanya. That's the secret. You want to make that powerful Lord appear again? Well, only his real associates can do that. Otherwise, people don't represent that Lord right. Yeah, and you want to get that power, you become an associate of an associate. If you don't do that, I don't care, then you get a big position in this world, and that's Maya, man. If that's what you come here to be a guru for, or come to Krishna for, is to be a big guru and in the mode of goodness and just following lots of rules and regulations, well, you don't even know Krishna consciousness really is yet. You don't know the purpose of the Lord's descent. People can watch this one video and you understand the purpose of the Lord's descent. In this one video, you watch it over and over again when you could see, yeah, that's why Lord Chaitanya came here. He came here to relish the mellows and liberate people by doing that. He came here from a heart filled with distributing the wealth of the glorification of the Lord. Okay? That's what he came here. And the byproduct was liberating. Secondary reason was liberating people. The first intention was the happiness of glorifying the absolute truth in the world. That's why Krishna, Lord Chaitanya, and his real representatives now are Leela avatars. See? They're engaged in Leela avatar. Leela in the world. See? Vishnu, Narayan, not Leela avatars. No, Krishna and his associates are Leela avatars. They're empowered Leela avatars. They're empowered because they bring forth that transcendental Lord, just like he was here 550 years ago. You notice, like, it gets to the point you can almost feel like you're in the Leela when you hear these descriptions and describe them. You feel the Lord's transcendental presence here. See, that means that's a Leela. The devotees bring that Leela avatar here, Lord Chaitanya, by their preaching, man. You get the right preaching, the right understanding, the right knowledge. And that liberates people who listen to it. Look at all the Maya. Look at all the sticks we broke in this class. I showed that's just a stick, man. Only Nityananda's servant can break the stick of anything that is material and mundane. We just broke it. Varnashram Dharma, mode of goodness. That's not right here. We got the Lord directly. No, let's not put that in the way now. Let's take it out of the way. Nityananda took it out of the way. Only he had the power to do it. Only we have the power to do it too. Take that obstacle out of the way. Stop worshiping the stick. It's just a stick. That guru is just a stick still.
That stick.
Let's take his stick and beat him over the head with the truth. No fault in that. Go ahead. What?
It's dead wood. With a dead
Dead
bottom.
wood. Dead weight. A lot of effort to hold that stick up. You're holding the stick up, you get no benefit. You come here, we hold up Lord Chaitanya directly. See? With the word. Yeah, hold him up, man, the real Lord. And you people believe this preaching, they get liberated, free from samsara. And you feel it, you experience it. Maury, the son of a physician, then deliberated. How can one so lowly as I relate the tale of Sri Chaitanya, which is so auspicious and filled with significance? See? Filled with significance. It's relevant to this world now. Filled with it explains the highest truths. Explains how to make it there. That's significant, isn't it? People are totally into insignificant stuff here. Insignificant. Sense enjoyment, insignificant. You know, religion, insignificant. Varnashram Dharma, insignificant in comparison to this. See, this is why John the Baptist even said, hey man, I'm throwing water on you. See? But there's a person coming who's going to baptize you with fire and the Holy Spirit. That's what's going on here now, isn't it? Everybody knows it's been here a while. Fire burning up all illusions, and the spirit of devotion awakens Krishna in your heart. He said, I must decrease now. Same thing. Varnashram Dharma must decrease now. And this should increase. This is what John the Baptist. Otherwise, where's the progression? No, I'm going to hold on to what Prabhupada taught on Varnashram Dharma and all the Vaidhi stuff. Okay, well, that's, when Paul was preaching, it was like that. They wanted Jesus and they wanted to hold on to the old rules, regulations, and glorify that. See? But Paul, no, pure glorification, Lord. That's why he was Holy Spirit filled. A lot, deep. He's completely committed to that. No, faith in the truth is all you need. You don't need to strictly follow all those things. You don't need to promote that. What are you promoting to? That's a contamination. Prabhupada himself said the Vaidhi Bhakti system is a contamination for pure, spontaneous love of God. Why do we want to preach contamination? Even though Prabhupada started that. But you see, with his own purported words, he said, no, at a certain point, move on. Well, that point is here. I see people still here. They're, a lot of Prabhupada stuff and all this stuff. Come on, man. Are you in this mission? Or are you just half in this mission and half in the old mission? Aren't there people? Hey, you're not as good. This is why we don't get a lot done here. Because people are like that. Split. They can't focus. But these guys can focus and push Vaidhi Bhakti because they're all in. People here are just not all in, many of them. Govinda's all in. Lalita Ganga's all in. But some are there. Well, I'm half into Prabhupada's old, Varnashram Dharma preaching and all that stuff, and a little bit into Gaurahari's, and therefore nothing gets done. You got 2 feet and 2 boats. Those Vaidhi Bhaktas are better than you. Because they're all into Prabhupada. I respect that more. And when you get all in here, otherwise, I look at people doing that a little bit in Prabhupada stuff, old stuff, and other gurus and other devotees and all, and not all in here. Therefore, when I see people like Lalita Ganga, it makes me happy in my heart. I can't help it. It's the truth. You're all into the mission. It's an important mission. You don't always get a mission like this. My God, what do you got to wake you up? Got to slap you around, slap your butts or what? How many times you get an opportunity to deliver ecstatic bhakti in this world? And not half here, half in 2 boats, Varnashram Dharma, and a little bit in here. Why not be all in, man? Realize this is the mission. Otherwise, you're like that's why Paul was more ecstatic. That's why Lalita's more ecstatic. Govinda's more ecstatic than a lot of devotees because they're in 2 boats or up with these other Sadguru bullshitters. It's all bullshit compared to this. That's for masses of materialistic beginners. Or anything ISKCON or these other guys are doing for beginners, mass stuff. You got an opportunity here. And when you're all in, you'll get inspired like Lalita Ganga and Govinda. The trusted Lord, servant of the Lord, pleasing to Guru. What it's all about. Yeah. I know it's tough to, maybe we need a little, here we go. Look at baby Krishna a little bit here.
Krishna, 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 la 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 Krishna, Krishna,
Damodara Lila.
Thanks, Krishna. It softened things a little bit here.
Soft like a flower.
Yeah, it's soft like a flower. We need a little balance sometimes here. All right. Yes. So when Brihaspati himself, the master of eloquence, surely could not do so, still I am duty bound to serve the Vaishnava's order. See, which is so auspicious and filled with significance. You know, that's what I found personally, is just following the Vaishnava's order. Everything works nicely. Everything works out. Prabhupada, following Prabhupada's order was really wonderful. I mean, God, man, I'm going on that for years now. Just a few simple sentences. You're doing exactly what I want you to do. This has my approval. Do more of that. Prabhupada also had a simple thing. Bhakti Siddhanta just met him and said, "Oh, if you get money, print books and go over and preach in English." That was it. And the Lord Prabhupada took that as his main directive in life. That is the secret. The order of the spiritual master is the active principle of spiritual life. See? Now, yeah. And so that comes just naturally now, naturally, spontaneously, but because we're doing the opinion of the spiritual master. That's why when I was doing this, the Lord Prabhupada said, yeah, what you're doing has my approval. It came spontaneously. People just started coming and I started share. They asked me, can I share? And Prabhupada he said, yeah, what you're doing has my approval. Do more of that. It's great. Liberate people now. It's a great thing to do. Yeah. Hare Krishna. So the opulence shining from Sri Krishna's remembrance is my personal and spotless illumination. Certainly the Vaishnava's order and no other means can be fruitful. So the opulence shining from Sri Krishna's remembrance is my perpetual and spotless illumination. See, it's an opulence. When devotees remember the Lord, there's an opulence that comes from that, a spiritual happiness. See? It's a conclusive understanding, see? A bliss. See, this is the opulence of remembering Krishna in the effective stage of devotional service. See, this is why you can't just do this on your own. You can't Vaidhi your way to this platform. Very rare. You need to associate with devotees who have this spotless illumination. Because first of all, you have to see it. The Lord has to allow you to see that. You have to see that spotless illumination to remember Krishna's name and become ecstatic. That's a spotless illumination that comes from that. Spotless. There's no fault in that. There's no fault in chanting the holy name in ecstasy and letting people see it. It's spotless, man. Where's the spot in that? See? That's my perpetual. What is it? Perpetual. He said perpetual. My perpetual and spotless illumination. Perpetual. You never stop it. This is an eternal affair with God. It is so wonderful, so spotless. Devotees continue doing it forever. Isn't Narada Muni? He's just going around playing songs to Krishna. See, it's his spotless illumination, is his heart filled with that bliss, and loving to do that, the spotless illumination. Always stays free of Maya. The Lord's Maya can't touch him. Just like here, Maya stands at the door. Where's the Maya? You see any Maya anywhere around? Where are we in Maya or are we in the truth? See, we just keep kicking out the truth by people. You see, we just got one eye on say, you see, that's illusion, man. Now this is the truth. See, that is an illusion. That is the truth. See, the big stick clothesline is an illusion. This is the truth. See, clothesline, truth, clothesline, truth. People have been worshiping the clothesline. They're very attached to it. They don't want to let go of it. They want to hang out to dry. They stay dry, hanging on that clothesline. We got to kind of, sometimes, the thing is the poor devotees are hanging on the clothesline so long, they're all dried up, and gurus including, the guys in the clothes. People are hanging on to these clotheslines, and they're all dry. So we got to take the clothes and put it in the water. Just take it off the line and put it in the water. That's what we're doing here.
Let them wear wet clothes.
Put it in the washing machine. Get it washed and clean. Get it wet. You got to get it wet a little bit. You got to wet your whistle with bhakti, man. Have a devotional party. Yeah. So saying, he began to narrate his history, which is nurtured by devotion to the Supreme Lord. There you go. Now, what good is narrations without devotion? It's no nurturing. It doesn't nurture it doesn't awaken bhakti in others or nurture it, really. It's just a bunch of names that you have no relationship to. See, in these narrations, nurtured by devotion, nurtured by realization, nurtured by chit understanding. See, it's a nurturing. See, that's our mother. See, the Father is the truth. See, our mother is this devotion. They got to both be there. The devotion is symptoms, it's bliss. So he began to narrate his history, which is nurtured by devotion to the Supreme Lord, which increases the benefits of religiosity, economic development, sense pleasure, liberation, and ultimately awards devotion to Lord Vishnu. See, but actually, that devotion is there. See, that's what you get. It's just amazing. This path, when devotion awakens, when you remember the Lord's names and pastimes, everything comes from that. People are working their butts off to get economically benefited, aren't they? Work hard. That should be religious. Look, you got to wear the cloth. You got to hook or crook become guru. You got to speculate your way to become a sannyasi and a Guru Dev, the spiritual master. Very hard, and then you still can't deliver anybody yet. But people go, see, if you learn what Jesus really meant, seek the kingdom of God and all else is added to you. That's what we preach here. That's what we're teaching here. That's what people are getting here. Give you the kingdom of God, which is the pastimes of the Lord, which is name. And you chant that name, nurturing it with devotion. Devotion awakens in your heart. And then you get all the benefits. You become a religious person. People, even without a dhoti or anything, all of a sudden people come to you that are really wanting Krishna because they see you're a religious person. You know, you're a real. You got the result of sannyas. The result of sannyas, Lord Chaitanya taught, was to engage in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. Hey man, you're better than a sannyas. People are trying to be religious. They got to do all things. They got to go to theological school. They got to go to Bhakti Shastra school to become religious or be known as a religious scholar. But that's all they are. Look at this. Somehow devotion, we're preaching. You get this devotion and you chant Hare Krishna, the name, and you nurture that with devotion, that awakens spontaneous in your heart, and all of a sudden you get the benefits of economic development without trying for it. You get the benefits of being known as a religious person. I didn't try to be a religious person. I don't try to benefit economically. I don't try to enjoy sense pleasures. It just comes. I don't try to be liberated. It just comes. And it's no ultimate thing. This devotion just comes also spontaneously. That's the one thing that's not so perfect in the verse, is maybe it was not translated right. See? Because how do you nurture devotion and ultimately get devotion? No. If it's nurtured with devotion, you got devotion. There's nothing, that's the result of devotion. No devotion, you have to work very hard independently for those things. Everything comes. Seek the kingdom of God. Seek the kingdom of devotion to Krishna, devotion to God, and all else is added to you. Who's an example of that? Who's seeking who's seeking this devotion so that they can chant the name and feel the transcendental pleasure of it? Who's doing that? Well, you guys, people coming here. And if you have any material motive that I'm just coming because I want to, be the big cheese or something. Well, that becomes known, and Krishna may kick you out for a while, like he's done some people who want to become big teachers and instruct their gurus. You notice? Where are they? On the outside. Now they're outsiders, thinking they're insiders. That's the illusion. You do Guru and Vaishnava aparad, the Lord kicks you out. Or you're ungrateful. And the Lord puts you out in the Maya, and then you see. Oh, wow, I lost sadhu sangha. Look at me. I'm alone now. It's like putting you in a corner with a dunce cap on. Oh, you giving up sadhu sangha? Oh, you want to teach the teacher? You want to instruct the instructor? That's pretty audacious, man. Oh, now you're adverse to bhakti, real bhakti? Oh, you condemn it? You condemn devotees? Oh, sit in the corner for a while till you learn your lesson. Then you can come back. Till you understand the difference between the false ego, false identification with illusion, and what's really truthful. Krishna, Krishna, Hari Hari, Hari Ram, Hari Ram, Rama Rama, Hari Hari, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. I offer obeisances unto Lord Chaitanya. Do you want to say something, somebody? I offer obeisances to Sri Chaitanya. He is the very same unborn primeval Lord, Hari, who bears in his 4 limbs the conch, club, lotus, disc, whose chest is marked with Srivas. His pure brow is adorned by a pearl, and he is clad in raiment. So, who wants to read a little bit? Whoever speaks first gets to do it.
I can read unless somebody else wants to read.
Well, you spoke first. I guess you get to read. What would you like to read? Read some. Read whatever you want to read.
Okay. The liberation of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, chapter 6, Madhya Lila. Chaitanya Charitamrita. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. I offer my respectful obeisances unto my spiritual master, Bhaktivedanta Paramahamsa Sri Ragora Hari Maharaj Acharya. All glories to you, all glories to you, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, all glories to Jagannath Babaji, all glories to Bhaktivedanta Thakur, all glories, Lord Chaitanya, all glories to Lord Chaitanya, all glories to Sri Krishna Chaitanya, all glories to Radharani, and all glories to Krishna. Oh, glories to Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. Next one. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Lord Gaurachandra the Supreme. The supreme personality of God who converted the hard-hearted Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, the reservoir of all. Who converted the hard-hearted Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, the reservoir of all bad logic, into a great devotee. Oh, glory to Lord Chaitanya. Oh, glory to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Oh, glory to Lord Nityananda. Oh, glory to Advaita Acharya. And all glories to all the devotees of Lord Chaitanya. In ecstasy, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went from Attaranala to the temple of Jagannath after seeing Lord Jagannath. After seeing Lord Jagannath, he became very restless too. due to due to love of Godhead. Lord, Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went swiftly, went swiftly to embrace Lord Jagannath. But when he entered the temple, he was, he was so overwhelmed with love of Godhead that he fainted on the floor. When Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu fell down, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya happened to see him. When the watchman threatened to beat the Lord, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya immediately forbade him. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was very much surprised to see the person, the personal beauty of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, as well as the transcendental transformation wrought on his body due to love of Godhead. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu remained unconscious for a long time. Meanwhile, the time for offering prasada to Lord Jagannath came, and the Bhattacharya tried to think of a remedy. While Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was unconscious, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, with the help of the watchman and some disciples, carried him to his home and laid him down in a very sanctified room. Examining the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sarvabhauma saw that his abdomen was not moving and that he was not breathing. And seeing his condition, the Bhattacharya became very anxious. The Bhattacharya then took a fine cotton's web and put it before the Lord's nostrils. When he saw the cutting move very slightly, he became hopeful. Sitting beside Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then thought, this is a transcendental, ecstatic transformations brought about by love of Krishna. Upon seeing the sign of Sudapti Sattvika, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya could immediately understand the transcendental transformation in the body of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Such a sign takes place only in the bodies of eternally liberated bodies. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya considered the uncommon ecstatic symptoms of Adiruddha Bhava are appearing in the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is very wonderful. How How are they possible in the body of a human being? While the Bhattacharya was thinking in this way at his home, all the devotees of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, headed by Nityananda Prabhu, approached the Simhadvara, the entrance door of the temple. There, the devotees heard the people talking about the mendicant who had come to Jagannath Puri and seen the deity of Jagannath. The people said that the sannyasi had fallen unconscious upon seeing the deity of Lord Jagannath because his consciousness did not return. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya has taken him to his home. Hearing this, the devotees could understand that they were speaking of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Just then, Sri Gopinath Acharya arrived. Gopinath Acharya was a resident of Nadinya, the son-in-law of Visharada and a devotee of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He knew the true identity of his lordship. Gopinath Acharya had previously been acquainted with Mukunda Datta. And when the Acharya saw him at Jagannath Puri, he was very much astonished. Mukunda Datta offered obeisances unto Gopinath Acharya upon meeting him. Then the Acharya embraced Mukunda Datta and inquired about news of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Mukunda Datta replied, "The Lord has already arrived here. We have come with him." As soon as Gopinath Acharya saw Nityananda Prabhu, he offered his obeisances unto him. In this way, meeting all the devotees, he asked about news of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu again and again. Mukunda Datta continued, "After accepting the sannyasa order, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come to Jagannath Puri and has brought all of us with him. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu left our company and walked ahead to see Lord Jagannath. We have just arrived and are now looking for him. From the talk of the people in general, we have guessed that the Lord is now at the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Upon seeing Lord Jagannath, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became ecstatic and he fell unconscious. And Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya has taken him to his home in this condition. Just as I was thinking of meeting you, by chance we have actually met. First let us all go to the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya and see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Later, we shall come to see Lord Jagannath." Hearing this and feeling very pleased, Gopinath Acharya immediately took all the devotees with him and approached the house of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Arriving at the home of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, everyone saw the Lord lying unconscious. Seeing him in this condition, Gopinath Acharya became very unhappy, but at the same time, he was happy to see the Lord. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya permitted all the devotees to enter his house, and upon seeing Nityananda Prabhu, the Bhattacharya offered him obeisances. Sarvabhauma met with all the devotees and offered them a proper welcome. They were all pleased to see Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The Bhattacharya then sent them all back to see Lord Jagannath, and he asked his own son, Chandaneshvara, to accompany them as a guide. Everyone was then very pleased to see the deity of Lord Jagannath. Lord Nityananda, in particular. Lord Nityananda in particular was overwhelmed in ecstasy. When Lord Nityananda Prabhu nearly fainted, all the devotees caught him and steadied him. At that time, the priests of Lord Jagannath brought a garland that had been offered to the deity and offered it to Nityananda Prabhu. Everyone was pleased to receive this garland worn by Lord Jagannath. Afterwards, they all returned to the place where Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was staying. All of the devotees then began to loudly chant the Hare Krishna, the Hare Krishna mantra. Just before noon, the Lord, the Lord regained his consciousness. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu got up and very loudly chanted, Hari, Hari. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya was very pleased to see the Lord regain consciousness. And it took, it took the dust of the Lord's lotus feet. The Bhattacharya informed all of them, please take your midday bath immediately. Today I shall offer you Mahaprasada, the remnants of food offered to Lord Jagannath. After bathing in after bathing in the sea, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees returned very soon. The Lord then washed his feet and sat down on a carpet to take lunch. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya made arrangements to bring various kinds of Mahaprasada from the Jagannath. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted lunch with great happiness. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was offered special rice and first-class vegetables on golden plates. He thus took lunch in the company of his devotees. While Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya personally distributed the prasada, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu requested him, please give me only boiled vegetables. You can offer the cakes and other preparations made with condensed milk to all the devotees. Hearing this, the Bhattacharya folded his hands and he spoke as follows. Today, all of you, please try to take the lunch just as Lord Jagannath accepted it. After saying this, he made them all eat the various cakes and condensed milk preparations. After feeding them, he offered them water to wash their hands, feet, and mouths. Begging permission from Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his devotees, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then went with Gopinathacharya to take lunch. After finishing their lunch, they returned to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Offering his obeisances to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, Namo Narayanaya. I offer my obeisances to Narayana. In return, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, Krishna Matir Astu, let your attention be on Krishna. Hearing these words, Sarvabhauma understood Lord Chaitanya to be Vaishnava as sannyasi. Sarvabhauma then said to Gopinathacharya, I want to know Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's previous situation. Gopinathacharya replied, there was a man named Jagannath who was a resident in Navadvip and whose surname was Mishra Purandara. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the son of the Jagannath Mishra, and his former name was his former name was Vishwabhara Mishra. He also happens to be the grandson of Nilambara Chakravarti. The Bhattacharya said, Nitlambara Chakravarti was a classmate of my father's, Maheshwara Visharada. I knew him as such. Jagannath Mishra Purandara was respected by my father. Thus, because of their relationship with my father, I respect both Jagannath Mishra and Nilambara Chakravarti. Hearing that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu belonged to the Nadia district, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya became very pleased and addressed the Lord as follows. Are you naturally respectable? No, sorry, you are naturally respectable. Besides, you are a sannyasi, thus I wish to become your personal servant. As soon as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard this from the Bhattacharya, he immediately remembered Lord Vishnu, and he began to speak humbly to him as follows. Because you are a teacher of Vedanta philosophy, you are the master of all the people in the world and their well-wisher as well. You are also the benefactor of all kinds of sannyasis. I am a young sannyasi and I actually have no knowledge of what is good and what is bad. Therefore, I'm taking shelter of you and accepting you as my spiritual master. I have come here only to associate with you, and I'm now taking shelter of you. Will you kindly maintain me in all respects? The incident that happened today was a great obstacle for me, but you have kindly relieved me of it. Bhattacharya replied, do not go alone to see the deity at the Jagannath temple. It's better that you go with me or with my man. The Lord said, I shall never enter the temple, but shall always view the Lord from the side of the Garuda Stamba. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then told Gopinathacharya, take Goswamiji and show him Lord Jagannath. Also, the apartment belonging to my maternal aunt is in a very solitary place. Make all arrangements for him to stay there. Thus, Gopinathacharya took Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to the residential quarters and so showed him where to find water, taps and water pots. Indeed, he arranged everything. The next day, Gopinathacharya took Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to see the early rising of Lord Jagannath. Gopinathacharya then took Mukunda Datta with him and went to Sarvabhauma's house. When they arrived, Sarvabhauma addressed Mukunda Datta as follows. The sannyasi is very meek and humble by nature, and his person is very beautiful to see. Consequently, my affection for him increases. From which sampradaya has he accepted the sannyasa order, and what is his name? Gopinathacharya replied, the Lord name is Sri Krishna Chaitanya, and his sannyasa preceptor is the greatly fortunate Keshava Bharati. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, Sri Krishna is a very good name, but he belongs to the Bharati community. Therefore, he is a second-class sannyasi. Gopinath Acharya replied, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu does not rely on any external formality. There is no need for him to accept the sannyasa order from a superior sampradaya. The Bhattacharya inquired, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is in his full-fledged youthful life. How can he keep the principles of sannyasa? I shall continuously recite Vedanta philosophy before Chaitanya Mahaprabhu so that he may remain fixed in his renunciation and thus enter upon the path of monism. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya then suggested, if Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu would like, I could bring him into a first-class sampradaya by offering him saffron cloth and performing the reformatory process again. Gopinath Acharya and Mukunda Datta became very unhappy when they heard this. Gopinath Acharya therefore addressed Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya as follows. My dear Bhattacharya, you do not know the greatness of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. All the symptoms of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are found in him in the highest degree. Gopinath Acharya continued, Lord Chaitanya is celebrated as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Those who are ignorant in this connection find the conclusion of knowledgeable men very difficult to understand. The disciples of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya retaliated. By what evidence do you conclude that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the Supreme Lord? Gopinath Acharya replied, the statements of authorized acharyas who understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead are proof. The disciples of the Bhattacharya said, we derive knowledge of the absolute truth by logical hypnothesis. Gopinath Acharya replied, one cannot attain real knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead by such logical hypnothesis as argument. Gopinath Acharya continued, one can understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead only by His mercy, not by guesswork or hypothesis. The Acharya continued, if one receives but a tiny bit of the Lord's favor by dint of devotional service, he can understand the nature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So actually this only real devotees who received this mercy can recognize Lord Chaitanya and can see him as he is. And only they can know he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead because they feel they see his ecstatic symptoms and they feel his ecstasy. Shall I continue reading? I think so. If one receives but a tiny bit of the Lord's favor by dint of devotional service, he can understand the nature of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When you are an ecstatic devotee yourself, you of course feel the ecstasy of the Lord. And when you receive the mercy of the Lord himself, you immediately recognize him. And that's actually what we are doing here with our Guru. If you come in contact with him and by his association, you become ecstatic. How can you doubt that he is a representative of the Lord? There is no doubt. Did anybody else give it to you all those years ago? Do you feel the same when you go to classes of others? No, there is a big difference. And only ecstatic devotees recognize other ecstatic devotees deeply and start to understand him. My Lord, if one is favored by even a slight trace of the mercy of your lotus feet, he can understand the greatness of your personality. But those who speculate in order to understand the supreme personality of Godhead, they are unable to know you, even though they continue to study the Vedas for many years. Yeah, knowing the Lord. I hope it's not disturbing that I say what I think. Guru Maharaj, I can't hear you. Okay, continue, I think. Knowing the Lord is seeing the Lord, feeling the Lord, recognizing him in the scriptures, in the words, in the descriptions, how he is described, feeling confirmations about him, recognizing him in his poetry. The Lord is showing, yesterday I gave a video about this, the Lord is showing his face more and more. He's not hiding anymore. He's showing his face more and more to his associates because he trusts them, because he sees that you are surrendered and that you are ready to be purified to be able to know him. And this gives a giving and receiving, and he understands you are ready and you are capable to do this for him. And he makes you receptive, and then you know him much more easily than people who are not. It is by his mercy that he gives you the intelligence to understand him and to know him. Those who speculate in order to, they are unable to know the Lord. It's true. If you and what pleasure do you have on speculating about the Lord? You don't have any pleasure on it. Everybody says something else about him. No, you can study the Vedas. You can talk about the person as much as you want. If you never met him in person, how can you talk about him deeply? How can you know him? You really need to meet him in person, face to face. And that's what he gives us. That's what he grants us. That's what he grants ecstatic devotees. That's what he grants everybody, actually. But you need to have the desire, and you need to be ready to follow the teachings of the bona fide spiritual master who brings you there. Gopinath Acharya then addressed Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. You are a great scholar and a teacher of many disciples. Indeed, there is no other scholar like you on earth. Nonetheless, because you are bereft of even a pinch of the Lord's mercy, you cannot understand him, even though he is present in your home. You see, you can go to a temple as much as you want to. As long as you don't, as you never, when he didn't give you the mercy, You are there in an empty state. You can do a lot of duties and you can do a lot of work, but you cannot understand. You cannot build on a relationship with the Lord. You don't understand His language. You don't understand Him. Not at all. You don't recognize the depth of the Lord. Not at all. It's not your fault. It's the verdict of the scriptures. You cannot understand the supreme personality of Godhead simply by scholarship. You can understand the Lord not by scholarship. You can understand the Lord by following in the footsteps of Radharani, by following in the footsteps of the acharyas who are following in the footsteps of Radharani, by being a devotee, by developing your devotion. A devotee has devotion, real devotion, and you cannot develop your devotion without the Lord's mercy. He gives you the start. And from the moment that He accepts you, you you can get purified the more you surrender and the more you accept the path that He is showing before you. And then little by little you know the Lord. And not by reading about Him in a dry way without being taught and then saying, I have a relationship with Krishna now myself. No. Doesn't work. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, my dear Gopinath Acharya, please speak with great care. What is the proof that you have received the mercy of the Lord? Gopinath Acharya replied, knowledge of the summum bonum, the absolute truth, is evidence of the mercy of the Supreme Lord. Here you will see that Satchitananda is combined, that it's one concept. If you start to develop knowledge and to understand the scriptures, it is because of the mercy of the Lord. Knowledge of the summum bonum, the absolute mercy of the Supreme.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Karuna?
Lalita.
Yeah, Karuna.
Lalita, if you're going to add a purport, could you say when you're giving a purport? And could you say when you're reading? Because I get confused where the Shastra ends and where you start adding a purport. That just confuses me. Thank you.
I don't understand. Can you explain me better, please?
Turn it down. Turn it down a minute.
Which purport? What verse?
Lalita, when you're going to speak outside the Shastra, could you say when you're speaking, and then when you go back to reading the Shastra, can you go say, okay, now I'm going to read again? Because it's hard to flow what's being written and what's being said.
Okay. Okay. Where was I?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, you know what? I wanted to say something too. It's not only knowledge of the knowledge of the Supreme Lord. A lot of people they study the scriptures, and the devotees and Vaishnavas, they say, yeah, well, we know Krishna, we know Lord Chaitanya. But knowledge means full, really. Knowledge of the Lord means you know the Lord. Knowing means you have to have devotion and bhakti awakened. And then you really know the Lord. Otherwise, it's kind of superficial understanding. Yeah, I believe in Krishna and all that, but you don't really know the Lord. So full knowing means you need the mercy. Like, it doesn't explain the mercy of the Lord. The mercy of the Lord is devotion, and that begins with knowing the Lord means knowing the value of the devotee, the representative of that Lord. And then you're brought into that knowledge of the Lord. See? So otherwise, the Lord first, if he has mercy on you, he'll send you to the guru, and then you'll recognize, this person's, this is bona fide. This person is going to lead me to Krishna. Get me in touch, give me the introduction to Krishna by the mercy of the devotees. Okay, so this is really knowing the Lord, and so you got to follow the process to get into that knowing if you don't already know the Lord by previous existence. And as far as I would say, also, okay. So anyway, go ahead.
No, I have to find where I stayed because Gopinathacharya continued, you have seen the symptoms of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu during his absorption in an ecstatic mood. Despite directly perceiving the symptoms of the Supreme Lord in the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you cannot understand him. He is commonly called illusion. Now I read the purport. Gopinathacharya is pointing out that Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya had already seen uncommon symptoms of ecstasy in the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. These uncommon symptoms of ecstatic love indicated the Supreme Person, but despite having seen all these symptoms, the Bhattacharya could not understand the Lord's transcendental nature. He was considering the Lord's pastimes to be mundane, and this was certainly due to illusion.
Isn't that the same thing we see here? So that people get a second chance. Is you see some of the symptoms of this bhakti and devotees, and you consider them mundane. So it's the same challenge. Now, people have to learn that, amen, these symptoms are in the bodies of eternally liberated souls, and that is the path to getting this. I mean, if you're coming to Krishna to become Krishna conscious, it's all leading to this understanding. And so the devotees represent that in this world now so that people can attain Vrindavan. Otherwise, how are you going to attain Vrindavan if you come and you see the devotees and you're a big sannyasi and a big guru or their followers, and then you see devotees with these symptoms in their body and you react just like that? That's just mundane. It's material. Okay? And so ultimately you have to understand that if you're going to be delivered, you have to associate with these uncommon devotees who have these uncommon symptoms manifest when they're engaged in devotional service. And it's not just devotional service in practice, it's devotional service in ecstasy and in bhav and in prem. Okay? And that is the association we need so that we can also be delivered. And until people are able to understand this and recognize this, that is the path, they can't be delivered yet. So.
Mm.
Yeah.
Despite directly perceiving the symptoms of the Supreme Lord in the body of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you cannot understand him. This is commonly called illusion.
See, illusion is illusion. If that's the way you react, whether you're in a leadership position, you're religious or non-religious, if you're an illusion, you react like that with devotees. You see but don't see, and you see but don't understand. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And Bhaktivinoda Thakur called that neophyte. And Sri Krishna Samhita explained the neophytes They cannot understand. They cannot ascertain these conclusions. And actually, if you want to understand it, you have to hear it. You have to read it or see in the hands of a devotee Bhagavat. They pick these voice verses and they make it clear. If you listen to them, you can begin to understand the real path and how to walk it. And then you become an example of it. You become in the real line. Most of Prabhupada's disciples are not in the real line yet. The real line means you're straight, not going like this, weaving this way and that way, going and bumping into walls. You're still blind. You got to find the real progressive path. And that's the real devotee that has these symptoms. If you haven't found that, you're not in like connecting with the real line. You're outside. You're more of like a false follower and a boss. You're not a real devotee. See? Because if you get in the real line, very quickly you start to get the symptoms of this bhakti as a gift, by grace. You get the necessary purification. You get everything. And you get the devotion. You get the purification, you get the devotion, everything, just coming in the real line, just being favorable to devotees who have the symptoms of these eternally liberated souls, like we're reading there. See, this is pointing out the real path. Okay? So otherwise you're a false follower. You're not really following the real line. The real line is right there. Okay? The real line is the connection right there with that kind of representing that kind of ecstatic worship of Krishna. Of course, that was the Lord, but the devotees will have some or many of those symptoms in their own bodies, in their worship. See, so that's bona fide, man. And so if people, it's that easy to be delivered. And otherwise the devotees will always work hard, work, really, renounce austerities and have to think to attain Krishna, and always 2 fingers too short. See? When devotion awakens by first getting on the path of devotion, understand these teachings, understanding where the real line is and get in it. Get in line. Get in the real line. See? And then all this stuff comes naturally. The Lord is so pleased. Oh, you're accepting the gift. Oh, that's so great. Yes, you see my devotee is empowered to give you this gift. This pleases me. Just that you're just in the line. Okay? It's that easy. And yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
A person influenced by the external energy is called Bahirmukha Jana, a mundane person, because despite his perception, he cannot understand the real substance. Hearing Gopinath Acharya say this, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya smiled.
See, this is the real substance here. The real substance is what we're talking. You see, we're pointing out, you see the gold here. And not, people, they look at these verses and they don't really see it. They don't see the substance. See, they look at it, it looks like a rock. They don't see the vein of gold in it. This is the substance. Where is the real line and how to get into it? How to get Krishna Bhakti? How to get the gift of devotion? Gift. See? Just hear your way. You hear ecstatic devotees like Lalita. She's chanting, these verses, and she's relishing her own voice because it's accepted by Krishna. And all people have to do is listen favorably, submissively to devotees who chant these verses in ecstasy, and very quickly you start to begin to get purified, and also can chant like this, and or hear a devotee and become ecstatic, just like the devotees. Charity begins at home. She's relishing her own reading, see, because it's Krishna reading through her, and she's attentively listening. So we can do the same thing. That's Vrindavan, man. That's how it is. That's how they get it. The gopis are watching Radha and Krishna in their intimate exchanges, and they pick up the devotion from that. It's that simple. Okay, go ahead.
He cannot understand the real substance. Hearing Gopinath Acharya say this, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya smiled and began to speak as follows. The Bhattacharya said, "We are just having a discussion among friends and considering the points described in the scriptures. Do not become angry. I am simply speaking on the strength of the Shastras. Please don't take any offense."
See, that's the difference. That's the difference between mundane scholarship. You can't see the essence. You're seeing things that are not really that valuable. The essence is this. Hey, the symptoms of the Supreme Lord and a liberated soul are right there before you, and you can't see it. He's seeing something else, some speculation. That is the essence. You notice, and that's what a devotee does, is they point out what is essential, what is the essence of these verses. Just like Prabhupada's point. You see, Prabhupada's extracting the essence out of there. And people, they still don't see it. And you have to prove, oh yeah, I see the essence. Well, then the Lord will put the test. He'll put a liberated soul before your eyes and see how you respond. If you pass the test. See, can you recognize what the essence of this Chaitanya Leela teaching is when it comes before you in real life? Then you can know or show you know or don't know. Right.
Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is certainly a great and common devotee, but we cannot accept him as an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, because, according to Shastra, there is no incarnation in this age of Kali. Another name for Lord Vishnu is Triyuga, because there is no incarnation of Lord Vishnu in Kali Yuga. Indeed, this is the verdict of revealed scriptures. Upon hearing this, Gopinath Acharya became very unhappy. He said to the Bhattacharya, "You consider yourself the knower of all Vedic scriptures. Srimad Bhagavatam and the Mahabharata are the two most important Vedic scriptures, but you have paid no attention to their statements. In Srimad Bhagavatam and Mahabharata, it is stated that the Lord appears directly, but you say that in this age there is no manifestation or incarnation of Lord Vishnu. In this age of Kali, there is no Lila Avatara of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, he is known as Sri Yuga. That is one of his holy names." Gopinath Acharya continued, "There is certainly an incarnation in every age, and such an incarnation is called the Yuga Avatar. But your heart has become so hardened by logic and argument that you cannot consider all these facts. In the past, your son has had bodies of 3 different colors according to the age. These colors were white, red, and yellow. In this age, Dvapara Yuga, he has accepted a blackish body." Oh, is this the end of this chapter? Can't move it anymore.
You got to go to the next page.
Okay.
The next, it should say next page.
Okay. In the age of Kali, as well as in Dvapara Yuga, the people offer prayers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead by various mantras and observe the regulative principles of the supplementary Vedic literature. Now please hear of this from me. In this age of Kali, those who are intelligent perform the congregational chanting of Hare Krishna Mahamantra, worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who appears in this age always describing the glories of Krishna. That incarnation is yellowish in hue and is always associated with its plenary expansions, such as Sri Nityananda Prabhu, and personal expansions, such as Gadadhara, as well as his devotees and associates, such as Svarupa Damodara. The Lord in the incarnation of Gaurachundara has a golden complexion indeed. His entire body, which is very nicely constituted, is like molten gold. Sandalwood pulp is smeared all over his body. He will take the fourth order of spiritual life, sannyasa, and will be very self-controlled. He will be distinguished from Mayavadi sannyasis in that he will be fixed in devotional he will be fixed in devotional service, and he will spread the Sankirtan movement. Gopinath Acharya then said, there is no need to quote so much evidence from the Shastras, for you are a very dry speculator. There is no need to sow seeds in barren land. When the Lord will be pleased with you, you will also understand. You will also understand these conclusions and will quote from the Shastras. The false arguments and philosophical word jugglery of your disciples are not faults of theirs. They have simply received the benediction of Mayavada philosophy. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is full of unlimited quality and whose different potencies bring about agreement and disagreement between disputants. Thus, the illusory energy again and again covers the self-realizations of both disputants. In almost all cases, whatever Lord Brahmana speak becomes accepted. Nothing is impossible for one who takes shelter of my illusory energy and speaks under her influence. After hearing this from Gopinath Acharya, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, first, go to the place where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is staying and invite him here with his associate. Ask him on my account. Take Jagannath Prasada and first give it to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates. After that, come back here and teach me well.
Yeah, I have a question. Were there any purports there in the last few verses?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the purport I'm looking for,
Okay.
is when he said there's when Gopinath Acharya starting with Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, if there's a purport where he says it's a Tri-Yuga avatar. There's only three in just the three yugas, and Kali Yuga there's no avatar. Is there a purport on that?
I think, but it's far away, huh?
Yeah. Wherever Sarvabhauma is
In this age of Kali, the incarnation is yellowish and it's maybe higher. I need to go back then, I think.
Oh, yeah. Well, anyway, the main thing is there should be a question or a doubt in people's minds here, because this incarnation only comes every like 4 billion, every 27 Divya Yugas. That's Yuga cycles. He's not in every Kali Yuga, Lord Chaitanya, according to Krishna Das Kaviraj. We read that. So Sarvabhauma, in a sense, is sort of right, because he's saying he's Tri-Yuga. He comes in just maybe three ages, but yet Kalki is the usual avatar that comes in every Kali Yuga, and he comes at the end because it gets so bad here, as we're already seeing. It gets people doing terrible things, and leaders are like really horrible, kind of, which it's like very similar. They're very hypocritical liars, and they cheat and they pilfer and plunder people. And so God comes, and he comes and he destroys that. He kills all these people on his horse or something. He just comes around and starts slaughtering everybody. But they all get liberation. See, because anybody killed by the Lord is liberated. So that's real mercy, actually. But this is even greater mercy, because liberation and devotional service, pure love of God, is different. That's just kind of a salvation thing. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. So Sarvabhauma is probably thinking, just try Yuga. And this yellow color one comes every once in a while, So I just wanted to know, that's why I was wondering if there are any purports. Explain. I'll look at that later, actually, where Prabhupada talks about this or doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
I forgot where I was. Sorry.
Well,
I'll
actually,
try to. Yeah.
Actually, how about Tom? You have Chaitanya Charitamrita somewhere? Yeah?
Yes, on my laptop.
Yeah, continue where she is. Are you in Vedabase there?
Yes.
Prabhupada books. I'm reading Prabhupada books because Vedabase, there is no purpose.
Yeah, there are purports, but
they are. Sorry, but then you've got to check it every time.
No, it's better. Prabhupada's book's better. Anyway, if you can get Vedabase or whatever on that, it's fine.
It's 107.
Well, it'll be, verse 107.
Which chapter?
Madhya Lila, chapter 6. I go to toilet for a minute.
Okay.
Madhya Lila, chapter 6.
Why don't you sing the verses, man?
Yeah, okay. Chapter 6, and then I forgot the verse number.
When she comes back, she'll tell you. She went to the bathroom.
100 something. Hare Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Prabhu Nityananda. Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya. Prabhu Nityananda. Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. I offer my humble obeisances to my Guru, Srila Gaura Haridas, his parampara, his disciples. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Wow. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Yeah, there you are. Can you repeat the verse number, please? Because I have
107. 107.
sometimes my memory is not so good.
No, mine also. I am the same.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. You also read the purports or only the verses?
Only the verses, and I gave purpose from what I thought, what I saw in it, like what I do when I go live.
Like spontaneous.
Spontaneous, yeah. And if it's wrong, people can say you're wrong.
Yeah, just read the verses.
The false arguments and philosophical word jugglery of our disciples are not faults of theirs. The false arguments and philosophical word juggling of our disciples are not faults of theirs. They have simply received the benediction of Mayavada philosophy. They have simply received the benediction of Mayavada philosophy. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is full of unlimited qualities, and whose different potencies bring about agreement and disagreement between disputants.
Yeah, so, the idea is you get the benediction of whatever you're studying. You see the benediction. So that if you want the benediction of Mayavadi philosophy, you study this philosophy and that teaching, and then under a teacher or a guru also, and then you get the benediction, because that's what you're after, right? See? So so this is the beauty of Krishna consciousness. And the same thing, if you study the benefit, if you study something within the material modes of nature, some course of study, some field of study, you can get the benediction of that study, the result of that. So the smart, the intelligent persons, the most intelligent persons are attracting to get the benediction of bhakti. See, this is what devotees are here for, is teach the glories of pure devotional service and get that benediction. See, from following the real path, going in that door, learning these subject matters, to get the benediction of pure bhakti, pure devotion. It's the greatest benediction. And so the devotees speak from their experience and say, yeah, man, this is such a great path. It gives you so much. And you show the persons, you show them, this is what real wealth is. Real wealth is not gold. You can't take it with you, but this you can. See, so many benefits are explained by real devotees who have experience of bhakti, and they show people and attract people to get this, go for this benediction. This was the purpose of Bhagavad Gita. Sri Krishna, like Sri Gita Amrita, Krishna, Arjuna said, this is not fair that the persons worshiping the demigods get the benedictions demigods get, and people put in the same energy or less worshiping you, and they get you, and they get a higher benefit. this is not fair. And Krishna said, well, this is how it is. This is why you need to go ahead. What?
Yes, he reciprocates accordingly to the level of the devotee.
You say that again?
He reciprocates accordingly to the level of the devotee, to his desire and his capacity to evolve.
Yeah, it's like that.
karma.
Yeah. And if you want to surpass your own capacity, if you're convinced by the devotees to worship the Lord, even though you may not understand that Lord or experience that Lord much, that's the Raganuga path, is you're inspired by the devotees' actual worship. You see, hey, there's something uncommon here. I cannot even reach this, or I cannot perceive this yet. But the preaching of a devotee who's preaching this path, this prema path, is, yeah, you can get this benediction in this life if you listen to this message. If you apply this message, very easily you can get this benediction of pure prema. And so actually, many people, they're worshiping Krishna and they're not so deeply immersed in the Lord's pastime as Lord Chaitanya and Radha and Krishna, that they can't pull forth this benediction. They can't preach about it, or it's just not revealed. It's for the devotees who are mining Krishna, who can come out with such a benediction like this, such a revelation and a realization. So it comes.
Yeah. So everybody has to become mature step by step. They cannot do jumps. They have to go from their own position to the next position.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and the thing is, when you meet the bona fide spiritual master, they're like a wild card. It gives you extra. It's like an ally, just like they introduce you to the supreme ally, which is the Lord in your own heart. But they're that for you to get there. Otherwise you won't know. You won't know the value of prema. Even most Vaishnavas, they don't know the value of prema. If they did, they would understand the value of our preaching here, but they don't. See, because first of all, they're not attracted to listening. Yeah.
So that attraction, that desire, it comes with it actually is progress. Desire is progress. Well, when we got desire, then we are progressing. If we have no desire, no attraction, then we are not progressing from our actual situation.
Well, desiring what?
The ultimate goal is love of Godhead.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't know how that shows up or what it is or the path. Even if they're in religion, they don't know that. A lot of times they don't even know that's the goal. They think it's Varnashram Dharma or something, or to become a Brahmin, spend their whole life just to become a Brahmin. But actually, that's just a step or a stage. If you meet a devotee and the Lord is given the go-ahead, the sign, and the parampara, then you can go all the way. So that's why Lord Chaitanya came. So he exhibited devotion, he taught about devotion and its value. And so we're following those footsteps. We also have that empowerment to demonstrate devotional love of God in this intimate worship and teach about it. So whoever comes here will very easily get that benediction if you're coming here for that. Some people come here for the benediction to be a great teacher or a guru. See, and then they end up leaving and trying it out. Okay, I'm going to be the teacher now. Matter of fact, I'll teach the teacher. See, some people come to that.
Yeah.
But that's not really the goal. The real goal is love of God, love of Krishna, and becoming dedicated to both Guru and Krishna, which is something that lasts forever for you. Not you come here and you're dedicated for a while, and then you just leave, and then all of a sudden you go against the devotee, go against the guru, and then you to become guru. You go against guru to become guru. Isn't that the idea? Didn't Prabhupada talk about that? You kill guru to become guru.
So if someone comes here and desires liberation, he will be fulfilled when he has some liberation, and then he leaves.
Yeah, then he leaves. And
but if one desires love of Godhead, he will stay.
Yeah, because it's just for a devotee that you understand these very confidential conclusions. Oh, dedication to Guru forever. It's a source of transcendental pleasure and ecstasy, and even preaching to actually, you can actually lead people back with the proper conception by being an example of it. And people, they leave and they become an example of Guru Aparad and Vaishnava Aparad when they want to become Guru. See, you lost the path. But anyway, that's your teaching, and gradually you'll understand and then come back. Yeah.
So the mature benefits we can get here are the ecstasy, the bhav, and the devotion, the bhakti, the pure bhakti.
Yeah, well, the benefit here is you can realize God. And that only can be done by the awakening of devotion. Pure love for that Lord, for his name. When the name reveals itself, if its importance and its value is when devotion awakens, and then you start to get realization. When the tears come, and then you start to understand through intimate dealings with that name. That's Krishna, that name. So these intimate dealings reveals more and more about the absolute truth.
Yeah. So people can take a step back, but then they leave prematurely without receiving the full benefit. It's possible. They can come here and then yo-yo back.
Yeah, well, they get into the if you want liberation, that comes very easy here. And so what happens is, say you want to become liberated, you want to be free. That's your real heart's desire. Okay, you come here, you get liberated. Now what you want, because now you're liberated and you're equally disposed to all living creatures, even Guru. Now you're equal. You're feeling equal. Oh, that's good enough. Okay, thank you very much. I'm equal to you now. Guru, I'm equal to everything. That's that Brahman level. And it's to become one, one with God, to become God and all that. You're kind of stuck there. And that's what you want. And then you may go away. Okay, thank you.
And you can leave you can leave the safe circle.
Oh, yeah, you'll leave the safe circle, and you will fall down eventually, because that's the mercy of Krishna, is you fall down from that, because it's the soul wants to go all the way ultimately. It has to get full protection. Otherwise, you're never fully protection. Liberation is not full protection. And everyone falls down from that at some point. It's not full protection. It's not full engagement. Prabhupada said those who are Mayavadis and they go for liberation, and maybe they get something. They're liberated, but then they get bored and they fall down to material engagement of philanthropy. They want to do like good deeds and good things, because they want to engage in some service and not just be God, which is an illusion. You can't, it's not. See, so the Lord has set it up to win ultimately in every way. You know?
So maybe later, when they are saturated with that
Yeah.
level of happiness, they can come back, and when they are ready for, when they have a next desire, they can come back for a next step.
Well,
Here they can come all the way to receive love of Godhead.
yeah, if they're
they
going to
are,
come back, yeah, if they're going to come back here, they're going to come back for bhakti, you know, eventually, because it's not coming back for this step and that step. That's all out there. This is why a lot of people that I've noticed that have left because they want to be big teachers and gurus and everything, they don't come back in this life. I haven't seen them. Very few. If they have a strong desire, they'll just live that out for their whole lives. Just like these gurus, you notice? Well, they're not going back. They just living out being Guru Dev because that's what they wanted. You know, for 40, 50 years still, and they're going to die Guru Devs, but not really Guru Devs. Real Guru Devs delivers people. That's why people come, oh, Guru Dev, deliver me, give me your, and they can't do it unless you have pure devotion to Krishna awakened. You know, you can't deliver what you don't have. You got to deliver the Lord. You know, that's the Lord proves that the devotee is bona fide because he manifests in the hearts of his bona fide devotee, and then also in the hearts of their followers as they progress along the path, you know, by faith. And, you know, got to, you know, in that sense, prove your love, you know, that you really want it.
yeah. So one teacher, he can bring liberation. One teacher, he can bring this. Here, the teacher can bring all the way.
Yeah, and one teacher, like, see, the real teacher, the ultimate teacher, is a desire tree. You go to them, what do you want? It's like the Lord. What do you want? Lord Chaitanya gives boons. Well, his devotees give boons too automatically. What do you want? And the person, they may not say it out loud. Well, I'm coming to you because I want to be a teacher. I want to be a guru. I want to instruct people. I want to give classes and be important, stuff like that. And then they come. Once they feel they are ready, they leave. Because I would be in the way if they want to be a big teacher. They'd have to give respect, you know, and not get the, you know, it's like, oh, well, you getting more respect. I want to be the big one.
It's like why I said a few days ago, I want to be aware of my intentions, also my hidden intentions. I want to be aware what is my real desire and what is my hidden desire.
Yeah. Well, good. Well, you stay here. You'll stay here and you'll either become aware of it or you'll leave being covered by it. See, so people don't, if you stay here, you'll be forced by the energy here and the level of purity that is with us. We're forced to see our actual positions. And some people, they leave covered with those, with the ignorance.
Yeah, the light is too intense for them.
Yeah, well, because it goes beyond where they want to go.
Yeah, it's beyond their desire. It's beyond their capacity to. It's beyond their capacity to.
Yeah.
To learn.
Yeah, well, they come, if they come and they look, it's like what they did with Prabhupada. You think all those gurus and persons served him because they just loved him and they wanted to? No, they came to Prabhupada, and many the leaders, they said, we also want to become guru. We're coming to you. They maybe didn't say it, but they did it. We're coming to you because we want to be guru. We want that opulence of being worshipped. It's big, this is a desire. It's like people want I want the wealth of being an acharya like you. This looks great. Look at these people. They're all coming to you, bowing down to you.
Lord of the universe.
Yeah, Lord of the universe. Yeah, see, so yeah, they left with it.
Okay, I continue with Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is full of unlimited qualities, and whose different potencies bring about agreement and disagreement between disputants. Thus, the illusionary energy again and again covers the self-realization of both disputants. Thus, the illusionary energy again and again covers the self-realization of both disputants. Yes. In almost all classes.
That's motivated devotional service. See, they want to are motivated. Motivated, because both disputants, they want to be victorious. They're not wanting the truth. See, it's not about truth for people that are debating. They want to be victorious. They believe that their arguments are true. They're not like having a debate to come at the truth. See, that's where you have material motives. That's why it's debating with devotees. They don't want to debate with scholars because their intention is not to arrive at the truth. They want to be victorious in an argument. Doesn't matter about the truth. That's not their interest. They want the ras of feeling, wow, I won. See? Selfish.
They cannot surpass that stage because of their own fences. They cannot go beyond because of their own fences.
Because it's what they want. It's desire. They're not desiring the truth. The truth means, like that's why I say, hey man, you gurus out there, please come. Anyone, big Acharya Dave, come here, please. Let us get at the truth, man. Defeat me or I defeat you, But that'll be because God is doing it and we're all going to benefit. See? To prove me wrong or let me prove you wrong. See? Because it'll be the truth will benefit us all. See, people can't do it because they desire to be victorious. See, therefore, they don't get liberated yet, and their disciples don't. We get bhakti because of being after the truth, regardless as if it results in our being like humbled. See, people talk about that's humble pie, Mr. Humble Pie. No, proof humble pie is you come here, Radhanath. Please, Radhanath, come here now, please. And let us talk and get to the truth so that you can be delivered or I can be delivered and therefore our disciples will be delivered. Now that's sincere. I've not come. Well, I'm sorry, I don't want to come. But I might lose my disciples. I might lose my thing, or I don't really care about the. See, sorry, man. That's why he's not liberated, or his disciples aren't, because he can't face the truth and take the risk of losing everything, like Bali Maharaj. Yeah, like the wives of the Brahmins, they lose their husbands in their protection for the truth, which is Krishna. That's why nobody comes. They're still materially motivated. None of them. Even the Tennessee guru won't even come. They want to be guru, man. They want to be on top. They want to be top dog. They don't care how subtly they put it or how feigned humility they are. Proof is in the pudding, man. You come here. I challenge you all. Come here, defeat this fool. Or let this fool defeat you and then liberate people, because we got the truth. We'll do it. Otherwise, it's bullshit, man. You're under the material Maya if you can't take the risk of losing everything.
Yeah. Okay? A sincere choice. Make a sincere choice. That's what they don't want to do. They're afraid of losing what they have, but what they don't have anything, so they can't lose anything.
Yeah, but they don't know that. They think having something means followers, a position, all of that. Only the devotees that have Krishna understand, no, Krishna is the real possession. Love for Krishna is the real possession that stays with you for eternal. Everything else is baloney, man. Disciples come and go. I see that they come and go here. And if they stay, it's only because they really want Krishna. And those who want something else, they end up getting something else and going. Thank you very much, Gurudev. Now I'm one with everything and one with you. Now I can go out and be liberated. Oh, yeah, I thank you very much. Now I've got the fuel. I can become a great teacher. And let me tell you, I'm going to start with you, teaching you. Just like Ramachandra started with his own guru, I'm going to teach you. See? Therefore, they just wanted liberation. They just want to be free. They want to be free to be victorious with their understanding. It doesn't matter about the real truth. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I like Lalita Ganga.
I'll do my first challenge. My first challenge is to Meena. You come here and let's talk. She says she's a better teacher than me. She says, I'm off. I'm wrong. You come. I challenge you, Meena. You come here and you debate with me and I'll become your follower. You defeat this fool here. You're so smart. You're a Prabhupada disciple. I'm off. You come here and prove it before the disciples and I'll follow you. I'll hand over all my disciples to you. You convince them that you are the real teacher now. Isn't that fair? Isn't that fair?
Yes.
Great. You tell Meena, I throw the gauntlet out. You defeat this fools. You say you're better and you're smarter and you're more intelligent and more devoted. Then you come and I threw the gauntlet out. If you don't pick up the challenge, then you're full of it. Anybody go and listen to your classes and you can't accept the challenge? They're stupid fools. Okay, so hey, there it is. Challenge is out. Let's see if she comes. And we'll sit here, 1-to-1, face 1-on-1, discuss any subject. And if she wins, you become her disciples. I'd be very happy about it. If she's smarter and she's more devoted, more ecstasy, and got more of the truth, hey, man, we'll all go. I'd love to be a disciple of that person who is better.
It's possible.
I'm already a follower of Lalita's devotion. I want to get that, man.
You have been chosen, Guru Maharaj. It's you. Nobody can replace you. It's not possible.
There it is. We challenged one of our ex-students here who's become the guru now. Okay, well, let's prove it, man. Let's have it. Let's get it out in the open, man. No hidden things, man. Let's get there, man. Let's have a drama. What do you think there, River? Is that a good idea? Have a little let's get some action going there.
It's so drama. A long living one.
Okay, we'll see what happens here.
I cannot hear River.
Oh.
Maybe she's not talking. I don't know.
She's probably muted there. Yeah, she's muted herself. Okay, anyway, go ahead.
Okay. So I wanted to say that
What?
About Meena.
Yeah, I just say, Mina has left, and she's, she's.
Don't know why.
Yeah, I know why. She says she thinks now.
Well, that's it for me. Oh, wait a minute. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you. Your bandwidth is a little bit bad, but that's okay. Yeah. Anyway, she's out there doing her own.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you, but you're delayed.
I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me, Lolita?
Yes, we hear you.
Can't hear you.
So talk.
Oh, it's catching up. No internet.
The sound is going on and off.
She's not talking.
We're in a place where the internet isn't great.
Oh,
you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, you can make your point.
Okay, are we still talking about Mina?
Yeah.
Is that what you asked me? Is that a good idea?
Yeah.
To ask her for a challenge?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea. Because not that I don't know if she would take that challenge on.
So cool.
I don't think that's like Mina to do something like that, but I don't know. But I think it would be a good thing. But the thing about it is, she says she still says that you're her guru. She still says that you're her guru, and even, and I'm not saying she is more advanced than you. You are still a guru.
How is she more advanced?
No, she changed her mind. She got a new realization. She's guru now. See, when you change your mind on that, then she is now guru. She even says, "I'm actually want to instruct you. You're off." And she was instructing me, and that's as I say, fine. Let's get it clear. Let's see if you're the real instructor. I want to know because I'm not convinced. You're convinced, and I'm not convinced. Let's have a talk. Let's discuss the philosophy. And if your understanding is better, then we'll go with you. I'll come and learn from you. You can be my teacher. And then everybody else should be, because if she's got a better understanding, then let's go with that. If she's got the Ananda, if her Ananda is really great and her realization's really great, hey, why wouldn't we go there? Wouldn't it's better? I always teach that. That's why if you find enemy, go out and search out the internet. Go on YouTube. Go check them all out, man. Go check out the Narayan Raj disciples, because they're all claiming to be like Uttamadhikaris, deliverers of their disciples, and or they're acting. Maybe I would never say, but Gurudev, deliver me. Well, hey, man, sounds to me that's Uttamadhikari. That means you've got the full mercy of the Lord to deliver people. You got the power that the Lord has. So if that's true, let's see it. Then we'll go, have discussions. To me, it's all about what is really true. What is true?
That's just difficult for all those people who surround people who leave you. Because, and that's why you've got to be strong and say strongly, come on, let's talk about it, because indeed it is about the truth. Mm-hmm. It is about the conclusive truth about God. Mm-hmm. Saying that this is short living, and my God, we are talking about Satchit and Ananda. If you receive prem in the association of somebody, how can you doubt? How can you doubt? You live on this for years. Mm-hmm. You relish these vitamins for years. My God, how can you do that?
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is, everything else is short-lived, but prema and inclusive truth, the essence, that's eternal. This is what Jesus said: heaven and earth will disappear, but my word will last forever. That's the Vedas. You know, when the world is wound up, the Vedas go in Brahma, and then they come out through Brahma again, because they're eternal. These words deliver people out of the illusion. The Srimad Bhagavatam, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Chaitanya Lila, you know, and they're spoken by liberated souls because they're hankering to always communicate with God and keep that communion going. You're never satisfied in that sense. It's an eternal engagement. So, yeah, I mean, prove that this is short-lived. I mean, well, right now it's already proved it's not short-lived.
No.
Yeah. So, and that's not making sense to me, because actually, if real bhakti is there, it's not short-lived, it's eternal. That's the real followers are fed with the mercy of the Lord, and the false followers are separated. See? And then they dry up. And that's what I've seen. People who've left here thinking they have the right opinion, the better opinion, they dry up. And many of them don't figure it out in this life because basically, I don't know, they just don't figure it out. But this is a chance for those, because I could see them when they're drying up. I just look at their countenance. They look at their face. They look at their preaching. You know, becomes more vitey, more dry. Yeah. And so they don't know because they're covered. See, when they're covered, but when you're not covered, that's proof again. It's stronger when you're not covered, because you could see people that are drying up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like Jesus, he said, if you depart from me, you're like a branch outstretched with no life. You look like a branch on the tree, but you're not a branch. See, you're dried up. See, so Jesus said, I'm the true vine and you're the branches. Okay, so if you depart from me, you'll be like a branch outstretched, see, out in the front of the world, but no life. You won't carry this bhakti life. See, you won't have the conclusive understanding. What you teach is twisted. See? And people listen to you. If anybody here, you go and listen to people like that, you're going to get twisted. Your understanding will be twisted because it's already twisted. I listen to, what is this? You're short-lived and you're speaking in illusion, like you're covered by illusion now. Look, you're drying up. So why would anybody here go and listen to where it's dried up? That mean, and if you do, that means you're not really clear about where real bhakti is yet. And you're okay with being with neophytes and advanced devotees and like that. Okay? And you will eventually fall down because you associate with those who are in illusion, you become illusion. That's just the principle. You listen, you hear from people under illusion, especially those who leave and then they demonstrate that they're an illusion, at least a person with eyes can see. And then you associate and you hear from, that's how you listen. That's intimate association. You're going to fall down. You're going to get contaminated, surely. Yeah, this is how it works.
It's out of responsibility, huge responsibility feelings that you preach about it. They distinguish right from wrong. And
yeah, I mean, you know, this is the thing. One of the duties of a guru in chapter 1 of Adi Lila is you teach what is unfavorable for cultivating devotional service. And that's one of the things. What association is unfavorable for the cultivation of pure devotional service? And that's listening to people who are in illusion. How can you think that is good for you, anybody's bhakti? Why would be any, that means you don't know really clearly. And that's why I'm here. It's my duty to preach like this, man. I'm just preaching like Prabhupada would preach. Prabhupada did the same thing. He didn't spare an old friend. Sridhar Maharaj, he knew him for 30 years. And Sridhar Maharaj said, my God, this Bhakti Vedanta, is so committed to the truth that he doesn't even spare an old friend in his preaching. See? Because our real friend is Krishna and the truth, Ananda and the truth, not this sentimental thing.
No.
Not this, not material sentiments. Our real friend is one who brings us to Krishna. See, that's the whole thing. People think something else. Oh, well, he's this and he's that. Or no, your real friend, whoever that is, who brings you to Krishna, connection, awakens love of God in your heart, man. That's eternal. They're your real friend, whether they're coarse or soft.
Yeah. It's not about caressing. It's not about caressing false egos.
Yeah.
Nobody is helped by that. Because that's what people think.
Yeah.
They feel good with somebody who's caressing their false ego. And if you don't do that, and if you tell the truth, or if you tell things that they are not used in Vaishnavism, this is not. But listen carefully, stay longer, listen longer.
Yeah. Well, people get offended, but that's the false ego that gets offended. It doesn't like to get kicked by the truth.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why Jesus said, blessed are those who are not offended by me. He would just speak the truth. And people, the Pharisees got offended because they're in false prestige and false ego and name and fame and all this covered by that. And he would just kick them with the truth. And he noticed they got offended. Just like here, anybody listening to this that's in false ego will be offended. And but actually the thing is, you're blessed also to be kicked. Lord Chaitanya, whoever he kicked, became a pure devotee.
Yes, but we know about that, Lalita. we know about that.
Yeah. You know who was kicked?
Nityananda kicked somebody.
Oh yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Was it not the father of those 3 sons?
Yeah. It was Shivananda Singh. He kicked Shivananda. Yeah. He thought it was great, but see, he didn't have a false ego. And Lord, you know who else got kicked was or beat up actually with the fists was Advaitacharya by Lord Chaitanya.
Oh yeah.
In Mayavadi. Beat him up and he was in ecstasy. Oh, this is great. I'm getting beat up by God. Can you imagine getting beat up by God?
Yes.
Yeah. And, you know, beat up by Guru also, you know, beaten with the truth. I mean, I don't beat people physically, but I beat them up with the truth, man. I beat them with the stick of truth. They don't like it. It's actually more painful than being beaten with fists to the false ego. Really, it is. But easy. It's a better... It's more tough to get beat up by the stick of truth than it is to be beaten with your physical fists.
Yeah.
I have a text about this right in front of me.
Yeah? Well, let's read.
It's from Chaitanya Bhagavat. Saying this, Sri Chaitanya picked up his stick and, still immersed in ecstasy, he rushed towards the student menacingly. The startled student jumped up and ran off with the Lord close behind, in hot pursuit. The student ran in fear of his life, not understanding the Lord's mood.
Yeah, he was really offended, man. He went to all the other students and said, oh, that Nimai Pandit, man. He is so, he dares to strike a Brahmin. You know? And so but the Lord was in an ecstatic trance, you know, the thing. Yeah. That's why it's good. The devotees were there to protect him. He was always trancing out.
Yes. The devotees ran after their Lord and catching up with him, brought him back and pacified him.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, these are some of these things. The Lord sometimes would do that. He would help diminish their false ego by actually kind of cutting it down, and then the person would understand, that this was for their benefit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Read on. And,
Continue.
Yeah. Continue. I'm gonna lay back and listen a little bit because I got up at 11:30, so kind of going overtime here a little bit. Okay, so I'll be listening here.
I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is full of unlimited qualities, and whose different potencies bring about agreement and disagreement between disputants. Thus the illusionary energy again and again covers the self-realized realization of both disputants. In almost all cases, whatever learned brahmanas speak becomes accepted. In almost all cases, whatever learned brahmanas speak becomes accepted. Nothing is impossible for one who takes shelter of my illusionary energy and speaks under her influence. Nothing is impossible for one who takes shelter of my illusionary energy and speaks under her influence. After hearing this from Gopinath Acharya, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, "First go to the place where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is staying and invite him. Invite him here with his associates. Ask him on my account." Wow, strange light. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
What verse are you, Tom?
Which verse?
Yeah.
109.
Okay.
We did this. We did 3 verses, starting with 107.
Yeah. Thanks.
110. After hearing this from Gopinath Acharya, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya said, "First go to the place where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is staying and invite him here with his associates. Ask him on my account." Take Jagannath Prasadam and first give it to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates. After that, come back here and teach me well. Take Jagannath Prasadam and first give it to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates. After that, come back here and teach me well. Gopinath Acharya was the brother-in-law of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Therefore, their relationship was very sweet and intimate. Under the circumstances, Gopinath Acharya taught him by sometimes blaspheming him, sometimes praising him, and sometimes laughing at him. This had been going on for some time. Wow. So Gopinathacharya was the brother-in-law of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Therefore, their relationship was very sweet and intimate. Under the circumstances, Gopinathacharya taught him by sometimes blaspheming him, sometimes praising him, and sometimes laughing at him. This had been going on for some time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. My computer stopped.
Really?
It's overheated.
Oh, we still hear you. Do you hear
Yes,
us?
but I cannot read anymore because I have to. It's overheated. It doesn't. It's frozen.
It's frozen because it's overheated.
Yeah, it stopped. I can do some 2.5 verses. Text 111. Take Jagannath Prasadam and first give it to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates. After that, come back here and teach me well. Gopinath Acharya was the brother-in-law of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. Yeah. Therefore, their relationship was very sweet and intimate under the circumstances. Gopinath Acharya taught him by sometimes blaspheming him, sometimes praising him, and sometimes laughing at him. This has been going on for some time. Srila Mukunda Datta felt very satisfied to hear the conclusive statements of Gopinath Acharya, but he became, and I cannot go on. I have no
He
text.
became very unhappy and angry to hear the statements put forward by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. He was very satisfied to hear the conclusive statements of Gopinath Acharya, but he became very unhappy and angry to hear the statements put forward by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. According to the instructions of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, Gopinath Acharya went to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and he invited him on the Bhattacharya's behalf. The Bhattacharya's statements were discussed before Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Gopinath Acharya and Mukunda Datta disapproved of the Bhattacharya's statements because they caused mental pain. Hearing this, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, "Do not speak like that. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya has shown great affection and mercy toward me. Out of paternal affection for me, he wants to protect me and see that I follow the regulative principles of a sannyasi. What fault is there in this?" The next morning, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya together visited the temple of Lord Jagannath. Both of them were in a very pleasant mood. When they entered the temple, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya offered Chaitanya Mahaprabhu a seat, while he himself sat down on the floor, out of due respect for a sannyasi. He then began to instruct Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu on Vedanta philosophy. And out of affection and devotion, he spoke to the Lord as follows. The Bhattacharya said, "Hearing Vedanta philosophy is a sannyasi's main business. Therefore, without hesitation, you should study Vedanta philosophy. Hearing it without cessation from a superior person? Lord Chaitanya replied, you are very merciful to me, and therefore I think it is my duty to obey your order. Thus, for 7 days continually, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu listened to the Vedanta philosophy expounded by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. However, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu didn't say anything, and he didn't indicate whether it was right or wrong. He simply sat there and he listened to the Bhattacharya. On the 8th day, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, he said to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you have been listening to Vedanta philosophy from me continually for 7 days. You have simply been listening, fixed on your sign in your silence, since you do not say whether you think it is right or wrong. I cannot know whether you are actually understanding Vedanta philosophy or not. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu replied, I am a fool, and consequently I do not study the Vedanta Sutra. I'm just trying to hear it from you because you have ordered me. Only for the sake of execution, the duties of the renounced order of sannyasi do I listen. Unfortunately, I cannot in the least understand the meaning you are presenting. Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya replied, I accept that you do not understand, yet even one who does not understand inquires about the subject matter. You are hearing again and again, yet you keep silent. I cannot understand what is actually within your mind. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu then revealed his mind, saying, I can understand the meaning of each sutra very clearly, but your explanations have simply agitated my mind. The meaning of the aphorism in the Vedanta Sutra contain clear purports in themselves, but other purports you presented simply covered the meaning of the sutras like a cloud. You don't explain the direct meaning of the Brahma Sutras. Indeed, it appears that your business is to cover their real meaning. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, the Vedanta Sutras is the summary of all the Upanishads. Therefore, whatever direct meaning is there in the Upanishads is also recorded in the Vedanta Sutra or Vyasa Sutra. For each sutra, the direct meaning must be accepted without interpretation. However, you simply abandon the direct meaning and proceed with your imaginative interpretation. Although there is other evidence, the evidence given in the Vedic version must be taken as foremost. Vedic versions understood directly are first-class evidence. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, conch shells and cow dung are nothing but the bones and the stool of some living entities. But according to the Vedic version, they are both considered very pure. The Vedic statements are self-evident. Whatever is stated, there must be accepted. If we interpret according to our own imagination, the authority of the Vedas is immediately lost. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, the Brahma Sutra compiled by Srila Vyasadeva is as radiant as the sun. It's as radiant as the sun. One who tries to interpret its meaning simply covers that sunshine with a cloud. All the Vedas and literature that strictly follows the Vedic principles explain that the Supreme Brahman is the absolute truth, the greatest of all, and the feature of the Supreme Lord. Actually, the Supreme Absolute Truth is a person, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, full with all opulences. You are trying to explain him as impersonal and formless. Wherever there is an impersonal description in the Vedas mean to establish that everything belonging to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is transcendental and free of mundane characteristics. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
Can we do this one some slower? I want to understand this one fully.
Oh,
I found the text again.
You want to read?
Yeah, I want to know more about these energies. This text 141.
Okay.
I feel there's more in there. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare.
Starting from where?
Wherever there is an impersonal description in the Vedas mean to establish that everything belonging to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is transcendental and free of mundane characteristics.
Yeah, that's what's the number, Tom?
141.
Okay. Wherever there is an impersonal description in the Vedas mean to establish that everything belonging to the Supreme Personality of Godhead is transcendental and free of mundane characteristics.
So
and
means, yeah.
There are many impersonal statements about the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It's written here, although the Supreme Lord is described as having no hands and legs, he nonetheless accepts all sacrificial offerings. He has no eyes, yet he sees everything. He has no ears, yet he hears everything. When it is stated that Supreme Lord has has no hands or legs, one should not think that he is impersonal. Rather, he has no mundane hands or legs like ours, that's it. He has no eyes, yet he sees. This means that he doesn't have mundane, limited eyes like ours. Rather, he has such eyes that he can see past. That he can see past, present, and future everywhere, in every corner of the universe, and in every corner of the heart.
And in every corner of the heart of every living entity. Wow.
Thus, the impersonal descriptions in the Vedas intend to deny mundane characteristics in the Supreme Lord. You see? They do not intend to establish the Supreme Lord as impersonal. Of course, I had this discussion also so many times. Of course, he has no mundane eyes and no mundane ears. We are talking about Satsitaranda. We are talking about the transcendental God. Everything he has is transcendental.
So the impersonal description of the Vedas intend to deny mundane characteristics in the Supreme Lord.
Yeah.
So they surpass, they just deny mundane characteristics.
Yeah.
They cannot, they look over it. They deny, well.
Well, sometimes I heard discussions between Balaram and impersonalists, and he looks completely different towards Krishna than I do. For him, the Lord has hands and has legs, and he has everything, and but then transcendental, he says, but he doesn't know what.
Yeah. I can remember another text where it is said that the impersonal rests on the personal. The impersonal rests on the personal. So the impersonal is more complete. The personal is more complete than the impersonal.
Of course, but I think it has always an impersonal aspect, but I don't know always. I need to read about it to recognize it. A personal aspect has an impersonal, but I only recognize it when I'm reading it. I can't say it out of my tongue.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Lord reveals it to us. I didn't read enough.
So the Lord can reveal to us personally when we are reading a text or listening, then he can reveal to us how it is related, how it is
Little
working.
by little he reveals that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to read more now?
Okay. 41, 142. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued. Whatever Vedic mantras describe the absolute truth impersonally only prove in the end that the absolute truth is a person. Yes. The Supreme Lord is understood in two features. The Supreme Lord is understood in two features, impersonal and personal. If one considers the Supreme Personality of Godhead in both features, he can actually understand the absolute truth. If one considers the Supreme Personality of Godhead in both features, he can actually understand the absolute truth. He knows that the personal understanding is stronger because we see that everything is full of variety. Wow, that's beautiful. He knows that the personal understanding is stronger because we see that everything is full of variety. No one can see anything that is not full of variety. No one can see anything that is not full of variety. Wow. Wow. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama. Wow. This is too beautiful. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. More powerful Baliya, personal variety, Savishesham, certainly Eva. Wow. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everything in the cosmic manifestation emanates from the absolute truth. Everything in the cosmic manifestation emanates from the absolute truth, remains in the absolute truth, remains in the absolute truth, and after annihilation again enters the absolute truth. Everything in the cosmic manifestation emanates from the absolute truth, remains in the absolute truth, and after annihilation again enters the absolute truth. The personal features of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are categorized in three cases, namely ablative, instrumental, and locative. The personal features of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are categorized in three cases, namely ablative, instrumental, and locative. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu continued, when the Supreme Personality of Godhead wished to become many, when the Supreme Personality of Godhead wished to become many, he glanced over the material energy. Before the creation, there were no mundane eyes or mind. Therefore, the transcendental nature of the Absolute Truth's mind and eyes is confirmed. Wow. The word Brahman indicates the complete Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is Krishna, who is Sri Krishna. The word Brahman indicates the complete Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is Sri Krishna. That is the verdict of all Vedic literature. The confidential meaning of the Vedas is not easily understood by common men. The confidential meaning of the Vedas is not easily understood by common men. Therefore, that meaning is supplemented by the words of the Puranas. Therefore, that meaning is supplemented by the words of the Puranas. How greatly fortunate are Nanda Maharaj, the coward man, and all the inhabitants of Rajabhumi. How greatly fortunate are Nanda Maharaj, the coward man, and all the inhabitants of Rajabhumi. There is no limit to their future because the absolute truth, the source of transcendental bliss, the eternal supreme Brahman, has become their friend. There is no limit to their future because the absolute truth, the source of transcendental bliss, the eternal supreme Brahman, has become their friend. There is no limit to their fortune because the absolute truth, the source of transcendental bliss, the eternal supreme Brahman, has become their friend. The Vedic Apanipada mantra rejects material hands and legs, yet it states that the Lord goes very fast and accepts everything offered to him. All these mantras confirm that the absolute truth is personal. But the Mayavadis, throwing away the direct meaning, interpret the absolute truth as impersonal. All these mantras confirm that the absolute truth is personal. But the Mayavadis, throwing away the direct meaning, interpret the absolute truth as impersonal. Are you describing as formless that Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose transcendental form is complete with 6 transcendental opulences? Are you describing as formless that Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose transcendental form is complete with 6 transcendental opulences? The Supreme Personality of Godhead has 3 primary potencies. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has 3 primary potencies. Are you trying to prove that he has no potencies? The internal potency of the Supreme Lord Vishnu is spiritual, as verified by the Shastras. The internal potency of the Supreme Lord Vishnu is spiritual, as verified by the Shastras. There is another spiritual potency known as Kshetranya, or the living entity. Oh yes. There is another spiritual potency known as Kshetranya, or the living entity. The third potency, which is known as Nescience, makes the living entity godless and fills him with fruitive activity. The third potency, which is known as Nescience, makes the living entity godless and fills him with fruitive activity. O King, the Kshetranya Shakti is the living entity. Although he has the facility to live in either the material or spiritual world, he suffers the threefold miseries of material existence because he is influenced by the avidya, nescience potency, which covers his constitutional position. These texts, sometimes I can follow them, sometimes not. Now I can follow them.
You mean understand?
Yeah? Can you understand?
Oh, do you know this text, I read this 3 times live without understanding the English. This is the first time that I read it and that I say, wow, I understand the English. So,
Wow.
but I need to concentrate very, very, very intense.
You are
So now-
listening and you have the text before you.
and now I think, yeah, I need to see it.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to see the words so that I can.
This living entity, covered by the influence of nescience, exists in different forms in the material condition. O King, he is thus proportionally freed from the influence of material energy to a greater or lesser degree. So this living entity, covered by the influence of nescience, exists in different forms in the material condition. O King, he is thus proportionally freed from the influence of material energy to a greater or lesser degree. Wow. Wow. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is Satchidananda Vigraha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is Satchidananda Vigraha. Satchidananda Vigraha. This means that he originally has 3 potencies: the pleasure potency, the potency of eternality, and the potency of knowledge. This means that he originally has 3 potencies: the pleasure potency, potency of eternality, and the potency of knowledge. Together, these are called the Chit potency, and they are present in full in the Supreme Lord. For the living entities who are part and parcel of the Lord, the pleasure potency in the material world is something displeasing and sometimes mixed. For the living entity who are the living entities who are part and parcel of the Lord, the pleasure potency in the material world is sometimes displeasing and sometimes mixed. This is not the case with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is not the case with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because he is not under the influence of the material energy or its modes. This is not the case with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, because he is not under the influence of the material energy or its modes. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, in his original form, is full of eternity, knowledge, and bliss. The spiritual potency in these 3 portions, Sat, Chit, and Ananda, assumes 3 different forms. The spiritual potency in these 3 portions, Sat, Chit, and Ananda, assumes 3 different forms. The 3 portions of the spiritual potency are called Hladini, the bliss portion, Sandhini, the eternity portion, and Samvit, the knowledge portion. The 3 portions of the spiritual potency are called Hladini, the bliss portion, Sandhini, the eternity portion, and Samvit, the knowledge portion. We accept knowledge of these as full knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We accept knowledge of these has full knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The spiritual potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead also appears in three phases. The spiritual potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead also appears in three phases: internal, marginal, and external. Internal, marginal, and external. These are all engaged in his devotional service in love. These are all engaged in his devotional service in love. These are all engaged in his devotional service in love. Internal, marginal, and external. These are all engaged in his devotional service in love. In his spiritual potency, the Supreme Lord enjoys 6 kinds of opulences. In his spiritual potency, the Supreme Lord enjoys 6 kinds of opulences. You do not accept this spiritual potency, and this is due to your great impudence. You do not accept this spiritual potency, and this is due to your great impudence. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. To look up impudence for myself. Okay. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. The Lord is the master of the potencies. The Lord is the master of the potencies. And the living entity is the servant of them. The Lord is the master of the potencies, and the living entity is the servant of them. That is the difference between the Lord and the living entity. However, you declare that the Lord and the living entities are one and the same. The Lord is the master of the potencies, and the living entity is the servant of them. That is the difference between the Lord and the living entity. However, you declare that the Lord and the living entities are one and the same. However, you declare that the Lord and the living entities are one and the same. In the Bhagavad Gita, the living entity is established as the marginal potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Bhagavad Gita, the living entity is established as the marginal potency of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yet you say that the living entity is completely different from the Lord. Oh. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego are my eightfold separated energies. Wow. Besides these inferior energies, which are material, there is another energy, a spiritual energy, and this is the living being. And this is the living being. Almighty Armed One. The entire material world is sustained by the living entities. The entire material world is sustained by the living entities. Well, transcendental form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is complete in eternity, cognizance, and bliss. The transcendental form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is complete in eternity, cognizance, and bliss. However, you describe this transcendental form as a product of material goodness. One who does not accept the transcendental form of the Lord is certainly an agnostic. One who does not accept the transcendental form of the Lord is certainly an agnostic. Such a person should be neither seen nor touched. Indeed, he is subject.
My screen is going out now. I don't know. It's really weird. I think I'm going to have to take it off because my screen is messed up.
Oh,
Yeah.
we don't know anymore.
We came until text 167.
Okay, great. Hey, thank you for reading there, Tom, and everybody. Keeping everything going. That's awesome. Okay, we'll see you a little later. I'm going to go back to rest a little bit.
Okay, Guru Maharaj. See you later.
Hare
Bye
Krishna.
bye. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.